Alrighty, there we go. Live and accounted for. And I just managed to get my breakfast in time because somehow, even though I woke up early today, I was too busy tinkering around and fixing things. Yo, cute boy, I need me fix copium. Oh, I didn't see that from Teresa. I was busy rushing to get my tea and my breakfast. I'm actually drinking tea again. We're back to that because tea is cheaper anyways, and I think I was probably not in need of the extra caffeine. I think I've been energetic enough. Okay, so announcements and getting started. And today is going to be more of the fixing of just a couple more things with interpolation, and then I'll be getting into NPC behavior again and making sure that, you know, corpse detection works, they change modes and all that stuff. Just a few more things to work on in that category, and then hopefully I can start focusing on like maybe doing another art pass. And yo, Sabin, thank you for the 16th month of supporting my stream. Thank you, Sabin.
You're basically part of the furniture now. Thanks for sticking around. Your loyalty's noted and appreciated.
He's got to say more creative things. Maybe I should give him a bunch of prompts of things he could say and then let him like paraphrase or whatever. But thank you for 16 months of having supported this stream, having helped keep it showing up every week. Thank you very, very much, Sabin. And I hope you're doing amazing. And wait, resubscribe for 12 months at tier 1. I don't know if that's just part of the present year, if that's new. I never know because Twitch is wonderful that way. But either way, thank you for a large span of support, because that is wild. Whether that's today or if a few months ago or just last month, because either way, wild stuff. Thank you, Sabin. Thank you so much. And let me see here. Let me get my announcement going. Hey, it's dev time at Alert Listener. Doing my game dev thing while looking sharp and cubic, and it's time to hopefully make NPCs do some more sophisticated stuff than just go through rooms searching. Cute boy, yeah, what's up, Teresa? Welcome. Swing by if you like. There we go. Thank you for joining us, Teresa. I hope you're well. And it looks like this needs to be rebooted because it launched behind everything somehow. Okay, there we go. Boom. Post that there and on the other websites, and then we're good to go. Be better. This cough will hopefully go away soon. Oh, well, I'm sorry you're dealing with a cough in the first place, but hopefully it does. I'm surprised I haven't gotten my seasonal illness yet. It's been I feel like it's been long enough that I'm starting to be suspicious. Because I usually at least once a year I'll get some sort of an upper respiratory, but so far I've been lucky. Maybe it's just the sheer level of not outside that I am. Like, I just never go outside, so the chances of me getting any illness are just significantly lower. I thought you'd run a proper antivirus. Well, you know, even the best antiviruses can't keep up with the newest viruses that come out, you know. Everybody has a chance to sneak something through. That's the reality of it. There's always a 0 day. Okay, posts made on the places. So I think, as long as I have my code stuff open, which it looks like I do not. Let me get that open. Yeah, I've restored order to my stuff. I believe the chicken redeem should be working now when that becomes available. And I'm also drinking tea again. So order is restored. Do you remember that there was a bunch of Entropia drama a few months back? Yeah. When someone was leaving the game and they were like dissolving their organization, right? Wasn't it something to that effect, Teresa? Or is this a different occasion? Okay, and then I just have to set this to this. And then I think I have to change this over to here. And I think that will work. And then let's try, just a moment, I'll hop scenes. Let me get Visual Studio open. Harley, this was someone trying to steal assets. Whoa. No, I don't think I remember hearing about that. I don't remember if you mentioned this. Let's go. Yo, what's up, TypeScript Tea Time? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. You're just in time to do some co-working. Hell yeah. I hope you're doing great, TypeScript. Welcome in. Happy Saturday to you. Let's see here. Okay, I think I've got everything that I need open now. And we are good to go. So let's hop over here. And I'll make sure everything captures. There we go. I think we're good. Also, hello most officially. Hello, hello. No worries. Where I wanted to go with this was that I made a forum post about it, and now someone shoved my post in AI and made a YouTube video about it. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. My God. It really goes to show that the low effort YouTube content has never been easier than present day. Just pick a random Reddit post, have AI churn out an essay, read said essay, have AI generated music in the background. Boom, you've got, or better yet, don't even read it yourself. Put it through an AI. Read it through an AI. I mean, screw doing actual work. That's what you're trying to avoid in this case. So definitely just, put the text through an AI, because then it's just Control C, Control V. Okay, wait a second. And now Control C, Control V. And now just drag a file into a video and then just like show the transcript on screen. It was represented as a few really cute anime girls. That's great. Wonderful. Well, you know what? Your ideas have spread now, Atrisa. Whether or not you really intended for them to spread that way, they have spread now. So that's something. Am cute. Thank you for the 7 stream streak, Atrisa. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out here for a whole week of streams plus 2 days. Well, plus 3 days now, because I only do 4-day weeks. You're not. I feel so lied to now. It's okay, Wardstone. I was playing it cool. Up until this moment. But welcome in, Wardstone. Hope you're doing good. No, we've seen Atrisa. We know Atrisa is a cool, like, biker bro. That's what we know. Sure I am. I'm a super cute anime girl with big basangas. No. You telling me that picture you sent was AI generated, Atrisa? How dare you? How dare you share AI generated photos with the stream? This is devastating. All is well. I feel safe now. As soon as you know the truth, you get to feel safer, right? Instead of just making up the conspiracy. That does sound like something a content creator would do. I mean, honestly, I can't blame you for thinking that way. All right, let's see. I want to test something really quickly. Let's see if my note tracking is working, because I should be able to open this and have it visible if I press a button here. There we go. So that's working. And then if I move these around, can we get it to track the task? Is that part working? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Great. Okay, awesome. So we can go back to my organized manner of having my notes, right? I can work from my notes. And it looks like the only thing is the notes are popping up in front of everything. I guess that's okay. I guess that's okay for now. So I don't have to go and fix it. And also I added this. This now works. So you can do a chicken redeem as well as a check-in once a day, or you could do chicken if you wanted for double the chicken. And I added a Creative Commons
Atrisa,
chicken
I don't
image
like
to it because I figured
jump,
why not.
But my levitating hands can do a little dance for your science experiment. Just don't blame me if the jiggle physics get jealous of my moves.
Now, excuse me while I test out the jiggle physics in this here virtual space. No, no, there's no jiggle physics here. I don't have anything like that. I should mess around with cloth physics though. It'd be funny to give myself like a cape, or give Setobot a cape and have him like jump across the screen or something. And then I want to test and make sure that this actually knows what type of tea I'm drinking today, as well as actually wanting to take a sip of it. Make sure all these systems are still working, 'cause I haven't used them in so long. Some
Hey
of them.
Setolix, your Moroccan mint blade
There we
is
go.
just
Cool.
sitting
It does
there,
work. Okay,
plotting its
awesome.
escape into your
I will
taste
do
buds.
that. Yes.
Don't leave it hanging. Sip the tea before it gets jealous of the code on your
I
screen.
will. And cheers to you
Fun
all for
fact,
being here. Thank you
Moroccan
very
mint
much.
isn't just minty freshness, it's a centuries-old chill pill for busy minds. So
Really?
drink up and let the calm seep in before you dive back into digital chaos.
Oh yeah. I definitely shouldn't have quit drinking tea for a little while because I can feel the difference when I'm talking. It's pretty evident. If I drink something cold and then I drink something warm, it's a lot better. And hello to you, Abigail. Welcome in. Thank you for chickening in. And just so you're aware, you can use the chicken redeem and still use the check-in command or the chicken command as well. You can double up with those. I was gonna do like a little refund thing for it, but I figured, you know what, for now we'll leave it as both. There was exactly 0 hand movement there. Yeah, sometimes sometimes I disappoint myself in how little I've done with Setobot's animations and stuff. He should actually have like some prompting for movements and stuff. I know that he was probably just saying don't have humans or don't have legs like a human to jump, but levitating hands can do a little dance for your science experiment. Yeah, it'd be cool if he could like actually prompt to do that. Check-in command or the chicken command. Either one will work. You can do either one. You can do the redeem and then you can also do the command. And welcome in, Hexic. Hello. Meowdy to you, Hexic. Meowdy to you. Oops. I wish the face tracking would do that. I was trying to go like little partner. Welcome in. Man, I hate this new keyboard. It's deplorable. I keep accidentally typing hash keys. That sounds terrible. Not quite a fate worse than death, but that's pretty bad. How are we today, Seto? I'm doing pretty good, Abigail. I'm feeling great. I ended up just making dinner for Casual and I yesterday, and then we just kind of lounged around all evening, and it was awesome. So I ended up sleeping a lot. So, so I'm feeling very, very good today. And how are you doing, Abigail? How are you? How's everything going? I tracked your face to this stream. Where am I? This is twitch.tv for now, I think. Unless they change it, which you never know. I think for now we're in twitch.tv, Papa Joe. Welcome in. Welcome. Let me look at the vaulting really quickly. It's also an American key set. If you haven't noticed, I'm not American. This is true.
Be specific or prepare for my patented sarcastic stare. What's the trouble?
Okay, so the only thing that's messed up is the tipping rotation also needs to be fixed. Because we're not cleanly rotating back to origin. But everything else is working fine, so it's not that big of a deal. And then, oops, I forgot the crowbar. I can't wait to add sound effects to this. This is going to be great. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just like go around my house and sample a bunch of stuff using my phone, because it should be okay enough for recording. Because I think it'd be really funny to do like a bunch of self-made sound effects for it. I could use like, and I still might use some for like vehicles and stuff, because I obviously don't have like a vehicle that I can cleanly record. Make sure to record breaking a window. Oh yeah, absolutely. Definitely will get that one. Should crash a window in real life? No. Although I wish I could. I wish I did have like a spare window pane that I could break, or some spare glass that I could break, but I don't really. Abigail said, good, I released my Steam page. Yo, bad. I need to wait 2 weeks to release the game. Well, hey, either way, that's good. And now you've got an official timeline, Abigail, so that's awesome. And welcome in Master Chaos the Leg. Hello to you as well. Hope you're doing great. Break glass in case of emergencies. That's true. There is some glass that I could break in case of emergencies, but it's not an emergency. And I don't want to make an emergency. I don't want to become an emergency. And Hexic, thank you for the 7 stream streak. That's 2 7-stream streaks today. That's pretty good. That's pretty poggin. Okay, so one thing is the dang phone. I've got to figure out what I need to do to make it not lock everything up by having it deactivated at the start. And then the window vaulting. So window vaulting is definitely going to be in the component itself. Do I have the vaulting spot? How did I do this? I think it's inside the broken window. Yeah, vaulting area. No, the double down failed too. No, no, Havoc Grail. Double down, double down. Let's see. I swear I had that last stream, that or dementia. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think my event log actually goes far enough back that I can be certain about that too. Yeah, nope. Just got some dementia, I guess, Hexic. Maybe. Exclamation point stream streak. I need to make my own like streak feature, honestly. The dodgy fan was a CPU fan. I've removed it for now. Well, nice, nice. I thought I saw something about that in the Discord. I like skimmed the notifications this morning, but I was kind of focused on trying to fix some things up really quickly before stream. Ordered an AIO because it was almost cheaper than replacing the fan with a good one. Wow. They must have produced a lot of those dang things. Your own streak feature? Please don't. Atrisa, the gutter is where your head currently is, and it doesn't need to be there. Probably didn't mean that type of streak. Maybe not. Maybe not. It's possible. There's a likelihood. Master Chaos Leg said, yeah, it's made so A, you can test your game, and B, you have the time to promote the game and get more wish lists. I see. Okay, so you can like test it while it's hosted on Steam, but it's not like officially published yet. What I like about Steam is that you can pretty much push updates immediately. On other platforms, you have to wait about a day for an update to publish. Huh. Well, hey, that is pretty cool. Probably has to do with how well integrated Steam's like overall file transport network is. So they can justify like doing multiple pushes to many clients in a single day. Maybe, I don't know. GPU comes tomorrow. Amazon lied to you. Damn, Hexic. Well, at least everything will kind of arrive in the same general time frame, so that's nice. 100% worth the joke. I'm glad it was worth. Glad it was worth. That's what makes it worth for everybody. If it's worth it for you, it's worth it for me. Closest point, order by. So we're getting our closest point, and then we need to determine if the index is in the lower portion, i.e. Oh, well, no, that's not going to work very well. I just need to, So this problem is a little tricky. Let's see if I can give an example of why that is. Can we get the gizmos showing? Yeah. So the issue here is that I can determine which point on this we're closest to. Like if the player is facing here, I can determine that this point is here, but I need to be able to say, well, I just need to know when the middle of the arc is. But if I'm only using, how many points am I using? If I'm only using 2, if I add a third, then I can easily say like, okay, if the closest index is 0, you're moving positive to negative on this, and then otherwise you're moving negative to positive. It shouldn't actually be that tricky. Ate all the TNT, it was delicious. Well, good on you, Teresa. That'll nourish your bones or something like that, probably. That's my guess. Other platforms test updates themselves and usually don't provide players with the ability to download the legacy version. Steam does. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you could download legacy versions of games. Itch also pushes updates instantly, but that's Itch. Yeah, Itch is definitely kind of its own little ecosystem for sure. Steam changed something about builds recently, right? Yeah, I don't know. Nothing that Master Chaos Legs heard of? Yeah, I wouldn't know. I haven't looked into that stuff too much yet. So all we need to do is say if the point index is closer to 0, positive direction. Otherwise, negative direction. So assuming however many points, we just have to figure out how close it is to the 0th or to the last entry. So if it so then our math for it is just going to be like less than half of the count, less than or equal to half of the count. Move positive. So it'll be point index less than or equal to the spline knots count length. Count, I guess. Less than or equal to the count divided by 2. And then that should work, hopefully, to get us a positive direction. So then move along spline for the interpolator. I need to add a bool. Positive direction. And we'll leave that not filled out. On a more serious note, what TNT? Or was I correct in just giving a silly answer? I would assume you were probably correct in giving a silly answer. That's my guess. I'm seconding your guess. Have they made clarification about AI use label? Now it boils down to you can use AI tools and not declare it, but if players see AI generated content, you have to declare it. That's weird. Huh. It's probably an enforcement nightmare, honestly. Or maybe they got a ton of money to like loosen their guidelines a little bit, but I would wager it's probably just a regulation nightmare trying to keep that verifiable. Because nowadays, like you'll see, is that AI is a question on many things. So it's tough. So rigid body controller point index is this. Okay, so then we're going to move along spline in the positive direction. Interpolate position on spline. Yeah, we're not adding it here either. Move along spline. Why is this here? I guess this is fine. I guess it's just for extra wrapping around it. I mean, we just need to pass the positive direction through. And then I handle it down here. Bum, bum, bum. Rock, is this real? Yeah, it's so fucking... Oh, it's absurd. It's absurd. I saw a few is it AI or real things, and I honestly had a hard time telling some of them apart. Yeah, it's getting pretty scary. It's getting pretty wild nowadays. At a certain point, it's going to become like a source of great paranoia for a lot of people, because like they're just not going to know anymore. Sample time. Okay, so then what we're doing is, if it is in a positive direction, let's see, interpolate position on spline. Why do I have 2 of these? Why are there 2 of these? Why does one have a start position in a positive direction and neither of those things are implemented? Let's just... Why is that... What was I doing yesterday? Let's comment that one out for now. Let's see where things are coming from. Positive direction 0, 1. Yeah, so we're just going to do the positive direction itself, not this extra stuff. Interpolate position on spline for a transform, and then this one's for a rigid body. Okay, so it does need to have one for the transform, and it just needs to be the same as this. So we'll make sure this one is set up, and then I'll copy it. Dun, dun. Haven't used Workshop. Let's see. Are we talking about TNT a few weeks ago? So your answer was good.
Vaulting direction in Windows, because apparently gravity and common sense just don't cut it. 15 minutes in.
Yeah, what's up, Fluffy Panda? Welcome, welcome. Oh.
At this rate, Setolix might accidentally invent a new dance move instead of code.
No, it's fine. I'll get it. I'll get it. Sorry, son. I'll get it done. I forgot about that entirely. I completely forgot about that. Hello, Fluffy Panda 3210. Welcome in. It's going very, very well, and I hope the same for you. Thank you for joining us, and the same to you, Cataton. Welcome, welcome. It's going super good, honestly. I'm feeling great today. What's planned for today? How's progress? I got a bunch of stuff planned. I got a bunch of stuff planned right here. Whenever it wants to pop up, there we go. I got a bunch of stuff planned as far as like fixing vaulting and doing some actual killing of NPCs and like making sure NPCs react differently to dead bodies and stuff like that. Maybe even adding a gun. Like we'll see how it goes. I've got everything written down at least, so should be plenty to keep me occupied. And progress is good. Progress is good.
Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
Yesterday went really well. I'm feeling confident about my tasks of the day today. And overall, I'm feeling good about my interpolation stuff, so I'm confident that it's not going to explode on me. Steam does human test initial builds, and that's where they verify if assets use their AI or not. Interesting. Okay. And welcome in, and Cataton, I should say, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining. And the same goes to you, Fluffy Panda 3210. Thank you for joining. Thank you, everybody, for being here in the first place. Cheers to you all. Thanks for hanging out. There we go. And I'll just remember to take a sip of tea each time I drink water, so that way I'm not chilling out my vocal cords and like causing damage. As good as it gets after playing League all day. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, you know, everything gets better after that. That's the nice part about, you know, when you're done playing League, is that the day can only get better. Post, iterate, sample, evaluate position, time. Okay, so it's going to be up here. Positive direction. Oh, let's see, I guess we would do this way. And then we're just gonna do positive direction, time, otherwise time minus, or 1 minus time. So we move in the opposite direction. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, and then the interpolate position, this needs to be on spline. And then we'll set this up to work with transforms. Yeah, what I really like about using this kind of dynamically typed iteration flow for things, it makes it so I can just target absolutely anything that I want. That's the fun of this specific iterate core function and the interpolation runner, is I can basically get away with targeting anything I want, iterating over it, but having one centralized place where all those iterations occur. So I could theoretically use it for all sorts of timed effects and other things outside of just interpolation. So I may end up adapting it a little tiny bit more over time. And hello, Ice Bear. Hello. Hope you had a wonderful rest of your stream yesterday. I hope you're doing fantastic. Another thing they do is they have rather strict, or another thing is they do have rather strict guidelines and often reject submissions if capsules are not laid out properly. Oh, if screenshots show too much UI, if game trailer doesn't show enough gameplay, and so on. Really, if screenshots show too much UI, like, is that a sort of stipulation that the screenshots should be showing a majority of like art and game content, and not just like every single one of them being like inventory system, map system, you know, quest menu, all that stuff? I imagine it's something to that effect. They have a whole section in the docs that specifies what's allowed. It's insane. Yo, I wonder, is that stuff under any sort of privacy agreement, or can you like review that stuff publicly? Because maybe it'd be funny to do that at some point and just like review the documentation live. 13 hours of pure progress. Hell yeah, Ice Bear. Glad to hear it. Man, I wish I could do that long of a stretch of stream without losing my mind, but I would certainly lose my mind. So I commend you for that. And I'm glad that you made a bunch of progress. Let's see. I'm gonna make a UI simulator and publish on Steam. Hey, there you go. Then they can't get mad at you. Then the UI is the game content. What are they gonna do then? Nothing. Lost mine at around hour 7. Perfect. They explicitly say that you shouldn't put map UI or other UI screens in the screenshot section. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, that's wild. Well, that'll be fun to learn about. It makes me glad that I haven't taken the time to research it, because it's probably, as I'm hearing from you now, it's a whole mountain of stuff. Move positions, and this is going to be transform. It's just going to be position equals this. And then we should be totally good. And calling it over here and over here. And now we'll see if the positive or negative direction stuff works. And welcome in Fifth Function.
Repeat,
Welcome.
Fifth
Thank you for
Function
the raid.
incoming.
Thank you, Fifth Function. And welcome in Fifth Function Raiders. Thanks for joining Fifth today. Cheers to you all. Thank you for hanging out with Fifth Function.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Thank you for joining
with
us over
what you
here.
said there. Anyways, fake Ceto here with a special
Fake Ceto.
message. Hopefully the ads can go Wait, why the heck am I reading that? Sorry, wrong script. Imagine paper rustling noises. You know, there it is. If you have enjoyed the stream thus far, thanks for hanging out. Please keep doing so. I swear there's no annoying mid-roll ads anymore.
That's true.
Now it's just all annoying mid-roll commentary from me, yours truly, the true real Seotolix guy. For real, for real.
Seotolix, that one. That's the guy. NPCs today, yeah. After a couple more small quick fixes in the spline interpolation stuff and in the bone itself, I have like a small thing that I need to fix. But other than that, yeah, it's going to be back to NPC behaviors and trying to make sure that they like search properly and change behaviors after they detect bodies and stuff like that. A demand mid-roll ad, you will not get it. You will not get it. Seotolix. Done 12-hour stream once. It's a lot. Yeah, I think the longest I've ever done was about the same duration, about 12 hours. It might have been a little bit over 12 because I played through I think it was Soma. I played from start to finish on stream. But that was in my first or second year of streaming. So that was a while ago. CEO Tolix of Setocorp. Setocorp is dissolved. That shit's gone. It's buried. Cataton, let's see, 5th, welcome in most officially now. I think I'm just 1 or 2 days away from adding NPCs to my project. Ooh, can't wait to start messing with behaviors. They're good fun. Longest was 18 hours. God damn, Ice Bear. My God. Jeez. You can view the docs on Steamworks. Okay, that's got to be fine then. Yeah, maybe I'll do that at some point. I'll write a note for myself to maybe think about how I could structure that, because that could be pretty fun to do, like a little review of the Steam guidelines for things. Because I know some of y'all have released or are actively releasing games, so like there's a good chance that we can distill some wisdoms for the public out of it. Okay, there we go. Capton said, I did find out today that the grid system in the engine does not have a maximum size, just the world size of a tile. As in, you can't say it's a 5x5 grid. Oh, okay. So that's kind of tricky to work with then. You have to make your own personal limitation of how large the world is by not occupying other tiles or something like that. Guess it gives you a lot of freedom. Yeah, I would suppose so. I don't know how to whisper to you though. Oh, don't worry about it. You should just be able to whisper me on Twitch though. It should be possible. I think it's just like /whisper or something like that. But either way, I could probably find that. But if you do end up sending me the link, thank you. Another thing is that capsule art shouldn't have any text besides the name of the game. I remember one game dev got rejected because their capsule art showed a 10T label on a weight. Wow, so literally no text whatsoever. Unless it is for your game title. I mean, I guess that stuff kind of makes sense. Got to prevent people from abusing the space and like advertising other things. Setocorp's gone, then why are we still locked in the basement? I mean, you've had the key. You've had the key. It was under the... You did check under the book in the bookcase, right? The one with the yellow tape on it? And it's got like a yellow tape arrow pointing down to like the bottom of the book. The bookcase, yeah. It's clearly yellow taped up. Burnt those to keep warm. Ooh. I don't remember what material the key was made out of. It might be a melted. It might be melted. Done over 24 hours one at least once. Jeez. I did stop and start for food breaks and things though. Okay, well that's good. I'm glad you didn't do just like a straight session like that with no breaks, or at least no significant breaks. Can't do releases on weekends because Valve employees don't work on those days. That's good. I'm glad they don't force them to work all week round, or like have some weird shifts that are working that over the weekend. Honestly, I could play Soma for 12 hours. It's a good game. It is a very good game. I loved Soma. That's the reason why I played through it in one session, because I was enjoying it so much. I wanted to just absorb it all in that one session and not wait. No, it's your mistake, Atrisa. It's your mistake. And woo, indeed. 5th function, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Thank you for hanging out here for a few streams in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks for rating too. Thank you very much. Let's see. Let me make sure I scroll this up too, because I don't want to miss anything else. In case I miss other streaks, I will feel terrible. Okay. And welcome in anybody joining from Fifth Function's raid. If you didn't already, please do follow Fifth Function. Fifth, if you need to take care of business, if you need to get food or water or rest or whatever it may be, take care of yourself. And thank you for the kindness of joining us today.
Thanks for
And
hitting that button.
I am presently working on trying to fix my vaulting. So I was just about to test and see if I did fix it. We'll see if I did. I need to make those shatter. Those need to shatter. Ooh, we've got a compiler error. Okay, oops. No argument given. Yeah, so those should break. That'd be a lot funnier if they did. Move along spline. Duration 1 second. Positive direction. Positive direction. There we go. I'm just feeling a bit brain dead today, so I'm gonna go play dumb games. My God, my dyslexia is bad. Let me try that all again. I'm just feeling a bit brain dead today, so gonna play dumb games for the rest of the day. That sounds like a great plan, honestly. I hope you enjoy the hell out of that. That sounds perfect. Oops, I did not mean to have that window activated though. Let me deactivate that again. Okay, so can we... Oh, we don't have to go to that side. Let's chuck this through the window. No, don't see me, camera. Don't see me. Can we vault through now? No. Nope, we're still going the wrong direction. What if I just invert that logic, just to verify? Let's just invert the logic and see if it... Because I may just need to flip the spline around on it. Say what you want, but Steam does provide a quality service and does have proper quality control on their platform. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's talking shit about it at all either. At least I've never heard anybody really say much negative about Steam. I do miss the days where they were even more curated than they are now, but I think they've evolved with the times well enough. As well as you can when you have literally like millions upon millions of users. Hey, what's up, Nexus null_dev? Welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, are we vaulting the correct direction now, or is it still broken? Trying to make a trailer. Speak to you later, box people. We'll catch you later, Abigail. Best of luck with that. Hell yeah. Okay, we're not calculating the direction correctly. That's what the problem is. Okay, so it has nothing to do with that. We just haven't gotten our corrected version yet. Seto, there should be a tomato in that throw junk reward. What do you think? There is one. There is one. Here, let's see. Where is it? It's in there. It's in there. There's a tomato in there. There it is. And a shuriken. There we go. See, it's in there. I got you covered. I need to add more things, though. I remember when I first added that feature, I think I wrote down a huge list of other things because people started recommending a bunch of stuff, and I need to just go through and look at it. But yeah, Abigail, please enjoy the trailer making. Thank you so much for hanging out. Please take care of yourself. Have very productive times. Okay, so I don't think this... Yo, Ice Bear, thank you for the 200 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very, very much appreciated. And just so you know, you can use there's a text-to-speech system hooked up to that. So if you did want to try Azure TTS, I think it is. Azure Voices. So there's a bunch of voices and stuff. Azure modes, I think it is. So you can like surround text with brackets. So you could do like terrified. Oh my God. And it would like, it'll sound terrified. Anything over, I think it's anything over 50 bits does that. But it might be 100 bits. But yeah, either way, thank you so much, Ice Bear. I know that probably isn't what you're looking for, but in case it is, because I know some people have fun with that kind of stuff. Let's see. Well, they have a ton of sloppy games and shovelware. Yeah, I mean that's going to happen with any game market though that allows like ultimately you can submit something on your own. It's going to happen. But on the other hand, they filter that out properly, and if the game is low quality, it doesn't show up in your discovery queue unless you specifically enjoy such games. Interesting. That's cool. Well, I'm glad that such filters do exist. I feel like I've never shown enough games, but I just don't really shop for games, so that's probably why. It doesn't have much information off of what I would like, other than like the most popular things that end up being in circulation that usually get recommended to me. Oh man, I missed having tea. Okay. So we're not getting the closest index, or this is not ordered. I get the feeling it's not ordered. We're ordering by distance. And then we're doing spline knots count. The problem is that's not going to get the actual index of it. Spline knots to list. No, it would. Can we just do index of and skip? What I'm worried about is that knots is not organized. What kind of a collection are you? IEnumerable. I can't remember. IEnumerables are not sorted or not ordered lists, are they? Is IEnumerable ordered list? I want to say it's not. Yeah, it's not an inherently ordered list. Okay, so that's why my indexing isn't working good. So what information do I have about the spline that I can use to determine what's the start and stop? Or do I need to just do something special where I mark the start and stop points? I'll have to figure it out. And you can't just pay to promote your game in the front page, looking at you, mobile game stores. Yeah, mobile, but that's the thing. Like, you can't, I honestly think that mobile games and like console and PC games are so vastly different, like based off of the consumer type. Like, I genuinely think that there's such a different mindset that goes into people playing mobile games for the most part that it makes sense that the shops end up being different as well.
My cup of coffee is nearly empty, and I fear I'm too comfy to go make another.
Oh no. Oh no.
The true struggle of modern existence, caffeine depletion versus cozy inertia.
I swear,
Welcome
thank
to the
you.
club of eternal internal debate.
That is a tragedy. That is a tragedy unfolding there. Well, if it's any consolation, you'll probably get tired either way. Amazing. I really like it. I had fun setting up the tagging for it. It works for Setobot too, but his is more limited. So we can do like say Hazel, hey Setobot, and then we can do James, hey Hazel, how are you? So oops, that's not going to work. It should be Hazel. Hazel. Let me try it again. We could do something like this.
Setolix says,
Hey Setobot.
hey Hazel, how are you?
Like, I don't know why I thought it was a good idea, but I spent the time building that, and I still need to find uses for it. I think it could be really interesting in like a sort of chat-based kind of like storytelling scenario, but I don't know. It would have to be something that like Setobot's recalling a memory or something. But I felt like it was a good thing to build, so I built it and it was fun. That's how a lot of the things in my bot currently came to be in the first place. Okay, so I do not have any information of their actual order. The vaulting area is just a spline. Spline 0. I don't suppose they have like IDs or something, because it says bracket 1, but I imagine I move this and it becomes bracket 0, right? So does that mean that the spline itself has some sort of a name or identifier that I can use, or I gotta figure out how exactly that's gonna work. I wonder, let me check the spline documentation just to see if Unity does have anything for this. Sometimes they totally do. Every once in a while they totally have information. See if I can pull this up really quickly. Link and unlinked knots. Manipulate splines. Reverse the flow of a spline. Has a flow direction that moves from its first knot to its last knot. Moves on the segments. Yeah, I would love to just see like how... We're in the manual. Can we go to the scripting API for you? Yeah, there we go. And not the editor, but the engine. Splines, interpolations. Wait, they have their own interpolations? Well, that's cool. They got a bunch of stuff. Lerp quaternion, lerp float 4, lerp float 3. Interpolate. Linearly interpolates between A and B by T. Oh, I think these are just general interpolations for the baseline data types. Data point. Okay, so then I want to specifically look at the spline container. That's the one. iSpline container. Not link connect or collection. Can we just get the actual spline container, please? Yeah. Item int 32 gets or sets a spline at index. The link collection. I wonder if that's what I want to use. I'm just directly accessing knots, not the link collection. But I think the link collection is not what I'm using right now, anyways. Read only list splines. What am I doing presently? I'm doing just spline dot spline. So we're just taking the main spline attached to the component. So then we can look at spline itself. We can look at this guy. Default constructor. Although, we'll see. Maybe there will be more useful information in the container, though. This looks like it's just going to be a spam of different methods and what they do, which is not going to be super helpful for me to scroll through. In the end, I might check the manual too, just to be 100% sure. So then does this have anything as far as like last? No, there isn't even the word last in here. Let's go back to the other one. Can we do last? Just to see first. The not index that serves as the first control point for this curve. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think any of that's going to be too helpful for me. Let me check the manual again really quickly. Animate along a spline. Change the alignment of the animated game object. So there's a spline animate component, apparently. Spline animate component to animate the position and rotation of a game object along a spline. They already have something for this. Never even used it before. Use the spline animate component. I mean, that won't really help me too much unless it's got extra controls for knowing what side it's on and stuff like that. Spline. Yeah, there's spline animate right there. Spline animate, spline extrude. Let's look at the spline animate, see what it has. Animated object setup. So a bunch of alignment tools for the object itself. Yeah, what's up, Night Switch? Hello, hello.
Why do nurses always
on
carry a
awake.
red pen?
Start
In
offset
case they
0.
need to draw blood.
Loop continuous. Yeah, so this looks like it's going to be pretty much the same. If I put this up here, oh, let's
3
see.
years, Night Switch 230. That's some serious dedication.
That is some
You're
serious
basically
dedication.
part of
Long
the
time no
furniture
see
here.
indeed, Night
Appreciate you
Switch.
sticking around.
Very, very, very
Cheers.
long time. Well, glad to see you're alive and kicking. I hope all is well. And if not, at least you are alive and kicking.
Drink water.
Thank you for following my stream for over 3 years. And I will drink some water. Oops,
Drink
I
it now.
did not animate correctly.
I don't
Let me
believe
try that
you.
again. There we go.
Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
Got myself a sip of tea too. Have you in Cinema been? Pretty good. Can't complain. 2025 was quite a year, but it's over now, and so far 2026 has been good, so no complaints. No complaints. Things have been pretty good. And either way, I'm still alive and kicking, and I'm still doing what I want to do, so no complaints. And thank you for asking. Bum bum bum. Yeah, 2025 was indeed brutal. Time has been interesting in general. Time has been very interesting. But, you know, we press forward. Tangent on length. Or tangent in length, tangent out length. 25 was the sequel to 22, perhaps. I don't know. It was definitely something. Thankfully, like we were talking about yesterday, there was a very wise quote thrown around that was something to the effect of past is to be looked at, not lived in, or something to that effect. And I very much like that sentiment, even if I can immediately within a single day not remember the exact quote. I do like the sentiment of it. You both got legs now? Yes, indeed we do. Got legs, got face track and stuff. Got a lot of improvements around here. So how the hell am I gonna get that? How am I gonna get that? So we can reverse the flow. Spline container from the spline index. I wonder what would happen if we just did that every time. Let's see what happens if we just call reverse the flow. Well, I don't think that's a good idea. Honestly, I don't think that's a good idea. Another thing about Steam is that they provide a great compatibility layer for games. Yeah. For example, I never had an issue when running Steam games for Windows or different Linux distros. Did, however, have problems or issues with Android games built for Android and downloaded from Play Store running badly on the same Android version, just on a different device. Yeah, because like, doesn't I want to say the App Store does odd things with their installation distribution. Like you upload a single version in some cases, and they branch it for distribution to make it work with like a bunch of different Android versions. And I think in doing that, they may be like, I don't know. I really don't know. I can't say I'm, close enough involved with that stuff anymore. It's been a long time since I looked at the Android App Store stuff. Wake up. Well, I'm glad that you seem energetic and well, Night Switch. So I'm glad to see this. So we can't trust the index that we get. That is very inconvenient. Making it what I can. It's the best you can do. So I wonder if this is returning a different index every time then. Let's debug. Yeah, we should be able to see point index is 1, 1. Let's see if it's changing. Because if it's not changing, and it's always showing me the same numbers in the same spots, maybe it is workable. Let's throw that at the window if we could, or smash the window, whatever works. Here we go. Get some little references.
45 minutes on vaulting direction in Windows.
Yeah.
Either rewriting the laws of physics or just lost in a labyrinth of key bindings.
It's always
Either
saying
way,
point
I'm
index
here
is
popcorn ready
1.
for the epic saga of which way do I vault.
We go into the building. Can we get it to vault, please? Point index is 0. Yeah, so the number changes and the result of this does not change. So I think I just have to be able to say if the point index is 1, assume we're moving from the outside in, I guess. So then it would be point index equals 1, then we move in a negative direction. So if it equals 0, we're moving in a positive direction. Let's try that and see how consistently that works. That's odd. You sound exactly the same. My headset on the Windows machine and the Linux machine. That's good. I don't know why though. That's bad. and I don't know if you should sound the same. Shit. Oh no. Well, I'm sorry to be a source of confusion in any capacity for you, Atrisa. If you'd like, I can start sounding like shit only when you are listening through Linux, if that would be helpful. You'll just have to let me know. I actually have no idea how I could like make my audio sound bad. I guess I could throw a bit crunch filter over it. Could probably do something like that. Maybe it's just me ranting, but don't you just love it when you test your Android game on 10 different devices with 10 different Android versions, and then someone comes in and says, well, I played on my mom's 10-year-old phone and the game was green there. Ah. Can't please everybody, ever. Can't account for every situation, ever, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Okay, I think that actually works. I think we got it. We've got it. Let's pick up our crowbar again. And then chuck it there. Can we hop out here? Is it going to be good still? Yes, it is. Okay, awesome. We are golden. Okay. So that means that even though the ordering of the collection isn't exactly there, we're still getting a reliable index somehow. So I guess we're good. I guess we're good. We vault and indeed. All right. So that's a task done. That is one thing done. So I do need to implement permanent knockout, which also is death. Currently, if we hit an NPC over the head, they just fall down. At least I think. We'll see. Some input issues too. Yeah, if we thunk them over the head, they just fall down. The issue should now be that we have to crouch and hit them again, and then they're dead. You know, like it would be a double tap, basically. So it should be extremely easy to set up. And I think what I'm going to do is just make it so you have to hit them in the head to kill them, or maybe make it more obvious to the player that it's a kill somehow. But for now, we'll just make it so if we hit them in the head, or maybe I can make it so if we hit them anywhere. Because how do I have it set up? It's just a hit receiver. Let's go to the prefab for this guy. So I have all these hit receivers. So I could change their reaction values. It should be extremely easy to set up. Famous last words. Too damn true, though. Too damn true. I think I could just set up a second hit receiver and toggle the other one on, and then make it so when we are finished with Ragdoll, because I'm pretty sure the Ragdoll system controls some of these things, but maybe not. Dumped Windows recently too. Unfortunately, I still have to use it for work though. I see. Wanted to do some testing so you could finally dump Windows. Gotcha, Teresa. Okay. Should make a funny mic. Have it activate for 10 minutes for a few hundred points. I don't know about that. I kind of like having control over the audio experience. Tried Windows 11 on your PC and it slowed it down. Didn't feel like a $3,000 machine, even if it is 7 to 8 years old. Shouldn't struggle with an operating system. I agree that it definitely shouldn't struggle with an operating system, and there's no justification for these things getting so heavy. I'd be surprised if there was an actually reasonable justification for it. I'm finding people making 100 days and hightail videos. Game isn't out for 100 days yet. Well, they're starting. They're starting now. It's going to be 100 days by the time they're done with it, I guess. Maybe that's the motive. So let's see. We have our hit receiver. What I could do is make it so we have a just a single component that they all refer to that says, oh, we were hit. What do we do about that? Could do like a damage receiver or something like that. And then just have it do whatever. Or a life state controller. I think I'll call it that. A life state controller. So let's see. Where am I doing the hit receiver? Where are you? In physics components. Okay, so this will just be a core thing. I've got to come up with a way to organize all this stuff. All right, so then we'll just call it the life state manager. What we're going to do is we're going to need a
Yeah,
reference.
it's me, Fake Seth Hitolix, here to let you know that, oh, wait a minute. Oh, right, I should actually be telling you how much inconvenience you're about to suffer from advertisements, but we don't do those things anymore. All my homies hate ads. If you've got a problem with that, just refresh the stream and have a fresh pre-rolled advertisement. Spark that advertisement up and enjoy. Otherwise,
Enjoy!
Just keep chilling, I guess. And can I get a Keck W in chat? Poggers champion. You know what I'm saying?
I know what he's saying. Almost only reason I haven't fully dropped Windows because it used so much that it just does not work on anything else. Yeah, it's the same exact case for me. I'm totally pinned to Windows, and every time I say this, there's always someone who says just use Writer, but I want to continue using Visual Studio specifically, so it's not an option for me. Refreshes screen, no ad. Oh no, Fifth! It's that cursed subscription you've got there. It's blocking the advertisement waves. Use Notepad++. Okay, well, not everyone could be as cool as you, all right, Fifth Function? You got to make room for the rest of us. Windows still has so many apps and games. It's hard to switch. Yeah, I agree. Actually making ads a choice is actually baller as fuck, and saying how to if yeah, because like I don't know, I wish that Twitch gave more options for this, but at least having it set up like this, it's just pre-rolls, and then if you really want to watch an ad, feel free to refresh. But yeah, there's only otherwise ads when you first get here. So Visual Studio for Linux, not that I know of. I think there's Visual Studio Code, and then people are always talking about Writer. But from what I've seen, Visual Studio itself does not work on Linux. Be right back. So was hit. So what we'll do is we will take the same exact logic that we're calling when we get a hit here. So we're just going to do ragdoll manager start ragdoll 300, but we'll do this in two states. So we'll say private bool, or let's see, we'll do actually, yeah, we'll keep the state of this. We can go with unconscious. Car insurance, delicious car insurance. And then based off of whichever one we're looking at, we'll control it accordingly. But we also need to make sure that if the ragdoll manager ends early, that we exit the life state accordingly. So I may just end up making this work a little bit differently in the end, or do some sort of update or something like that. Visual Studio Code seems to be here for you. Yeah. Code is definitely on Linux, but not full on Visual Studio. Keep forgetting you want the Visual Studio and not the code. Yes, yeah, it's specifically the full studio. I got nothing against code, but like if I just want to keep using the same software I'm using. So was hits, then we'll do a switch on state. And we'll say if alive, then obviously we're going to make them unconscious now. So it'd be ragdoll manager, start ragdoll 300. And then if they're unconscious, we're going to say ragdoll manager permanent. I need to make sure that we can set it to permanent ragdoll. Start ragdoll. -1 is unconscious forever. So we can then just do -1 or start ragdoll without any value. And now it'll just be, they'll just never get up again. And just to verify that that works, we'll have that in there. And as soon as I can hop back over to Unity, I'll get these hooked up to call on the life state manager instead. And then I'll just do a check. Oh, that's how I can do it. We could just do a check. Maybe we'll do public void get state. And then we can do get state. That way we can double check. Because ultimately we just want to say if ragdoll manager ragdolled is ragdoll. Do we not have anything that actually says whether it's active or not? And welcome in, RGB. Hello to you. Welcome, RGB. And Geico ad later. Go to sleep button. I have like a 500 gigabyte drive on my rig for Linux, but I never touch it. Dang, Night Switch. Well, you know, it's never too late to start messing with that stuff more. 100% buy that. Hence why my move over to Linux is moving at snail's pace, because I want to sacrifice as little as possible, though I am willing to compromise a little. Yeah, and I think that's in the end the only reasonable way to approach it, because there has to be some compromise. You are switching operating systems. Like there's gonna be some things that aren't there. Where am I in the stream? It is extremely desynced for me. I just now read your message, RGB. So however long it takes, and you should back to live. Okay. And when in doubt, you can always see the messages pop up on the screen. I'm sure that helps a lot. Do have it on my old laptop, but it's just a YouTube player. I see. Let's see, I need to pour myself some more tea here. It was like many seconds delay for a bit. Oh my. Well, I'm glad that everything is synced back up. Thankfully, most of the time that stuff is on client side from what I've seen. I have seen some cases where it can be like an actual desync between when messages are received on the stream and stuff like that, but usually it ends up being a client-side viewer issue, thankfully. Okay, and oh, that's right. This one uses my weird editor value tagging that I was working on. So I have like a code generation editor attributes thing that I'm working on that is still very much a work in progress, but it lets me render buttons and stuff like that to call methods and, you know, create property fields and all that stuff, just like you would with a custom editor, but instead it's all through attributes. But I've got a lot of work to do before this would be useful for anybody but me. But maybe eventually I can make something like this available to people. Maybe find a way to make it so you can make customizable nodes, and then I could release it. I want to sell my rig, but it's like impossible. Well, I'm sure if you wait a little while, you never know. You never know. With computer things going the way they're going, it might become easier and easier to sell your computer to someone who like just needs any computer. Bum bum bum. Okay, so then what we want to do is have the life state controller up here. Life state manager, and we'll just go ahead and collapse everything so that I stop having to scroll so much. So many remove components we don't need to worry about, thankfully. And then we give the life state manager our ragdoll reference, and we're good. And then for all the hit receivers, type hit receiver. We just need to give all of those references to this here. So let me grab this in property viewer. Well, I guess it would need to be the whole object. If I may. Nope, I may not. Okay, that's fine. All of these. Life state manager. I hit enter, so it did nothing. Okay, let's do this. And a little bit of this, and a little bit of life state manager was hit. Game object was the source, so it would be, we should just be able to pass this through. None game object. So far, I'm still alive. I am glad you're still alive, Mars. Please do keep this up. Please do keep this up. This is very important. Very, very, very important. Damage dealer. We should be able to directly reference that method. Let me make sure that, let's just do underscore state for now. And save this again, just to make sure everything's compiled correctly here. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. No, we don't, that's not an issue. We don't resolve that, Atrisa. Was hit. Oh, okay. I could just call it from up here and then it's fine. All right, so then all of the hit receiver. No, we don't. That's illegal. Let's set it all to something else just to get it to stop doing that. And then life state manager was hit. Okay. It is very, very. The weather is trying to resolve it. Well, it's time to kill the weather. Okay, I'm not seeing the debug log for stop, they're already dead. Oh, probably because we're not actually setting anything. Okay. There we go. So now they should be able to fully die. And then I need to also change something else. Ragdoll manager permanence. What's it called? There's a thing that I check in the behavior body check. Corpse marker alive. So we need the corpse marker too. And then we'll set our state, and we'll also say corpse marker alive equals false. That way the NPCs can't revive them either. And then that should stop any oddities from occurring. The only other thing is when we ragdoll manager on ragdoll end, add listener, ragdoll ended. So we're just going to temporarily listen for if we end up exiting ragdoll early.
Implementing permanent knockout. Huh? Hope Setolix isn't planning to knock himself out from all that coding grind. 15 minutes in and no surrender yet.
No surrender.
Guess the only thing dying here is my patience for his coffee breaks.
Ragdoll manager, ragdoll is... I guess we'll just trust. We'll trust the timing of this. Send my response in Discord to keep the political talk out of chat. Gotcha, I see. Okay, I will take a quick peek at what you refer. Do. Sent your response in Discord. Oh, to a Teresa. Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Appreciated. Appreciated. Bum. I missed that little message there. I missed a Teresa telling you to tell the weather it's illegal. Okay, ragdoll ended. State equals alive. That should be all we have to do. Debug log. Whoa, I'm alive earlier than expected. Or on time. Whatever. That's cool. Okay, and then we also want to do ragdoll manager on ragdoll end. Remove listener. Ragdoll ended. Do. Okay. So now we should be golden, and I should be able to mark them as fully dead. It would be cool to work on decals a little bit today, so we'll see about that as well, because I've never messed with decals, so it'd be cool to do so. So steal, and then whack. Oh, if we can, please. Whack. Whoa, buddy. Nice tricks. And then whack again. Stop it. He's already dead. Okay, it's working. Looks like we maybe one-shot him, though. Is the state actually staying at conscious? State equals conscious. Just to be sure. Life, state, alive. What's up, David Lockeson? Greedos to you as well. Greedos and Cheetos to you. Welcome. Okay, Unity, let me alt-tab to you. There we go. Digging myself further into the Linux command line. This is a perilous quest that never ends. Cheetos. Okay, so we hit him once. And let me check everything.
Hey Setolix, you should drink some water.
I should. That is such good advice. Thank you, computer program, for being programmed by me.
Drink water now.
Oh, we don't have corpse marker. We don't have corpse marker set. That might be a problem too.
Stop talking and drink.
I am trying to make sure that this is marked correctly, okay? I don't
Good
need
job.
this.
I hope you enjoyed.
Thank
the
you.
water.
Thank you. I thought I did great too. Let me actually drink some wine now. Playing Gran Turismo 4. Well, I hope you enjoy it, Night Switch. Finally got half decent grip on the pipe operator and those pesky file descriptors after like eight years or something. Jeez. Oh yeah, you can also use the chicken redeem to get some extra points. The chicken redeem actually works now. So you can get an extra little batch of points from that. So you can technically do 2 chickens a day. That's double the chicken. That's double the chicken. And thank you for checking in, Mars. Thank you. And hell yeah, David, no problem. We'll try and get you out of the point. I need to make something for that. I think the way it's gonna work is a garnishment. I'm gonna have to figure out what would be appropriate, but I think the way I'm gonna do it is based off of your debt. When you get bought out, you then have to, every time you win points or earn points, a percentage of those points is taken off for every, like, I don't know, 100 or 1,000 points that you were in debt. So say you were in debt for like 2 million points, you'd be paying like 20% of your overall winnings directly to the house to pay back your debt. So then you're earning nerfed or something like that. I think maybe that could work. So I'll have to experiment with that. I don't know if I've talked about that before, so I'm gonna write it down just in case I haven't written it yet. And it'll either have to be until you pay it off or just for a flat amount of like stream days or something like that. Probably stream days because I don't want it to be torture. So probably just stream days. PS2 controls are so wonky. Oh, I see. It's been a long time since I played anything on the PlayStation 2. I wouldn't even remember anymore. Who designs a kitchen scale with an actual screw securing the battery compartment? Why? Someone who doesn't want that battery going anywhere. Make it how the State Department works. You receive 5 million points, but have to pay back 2% of all winnings for the rest of your life. Oh, that'd be brutal. And then people just have like a 20%, like after playing in the system and losing many times, they're just like constantly paying back 20% of their winnings because they've just gotten bought out so many times. That'd be so funny. That would actually be pretty entertaining. But yeah, I may come up with some things. It could be interesting to experiment with the point system a little bit. I need to really sit down and get the bot ready and start making the big movement over to the new bot. Okay, so then whack, he's unconscious. This is actually how the debt system of governments work. I could believe it. Whack, unconscious forever. They're dead now. Whack, stop it, he's already dead. Okay, there we go. Cool, that's working. Great, so we can kill them now. We can kill. We've achieved killing today. Killing is possible, and we're killing it. We're killing it around here. You all witnessed it. You're all witnesses. Limit awareness indicators to the edges of the screen. So that's something else I wanted to do, is make sure that when we, so like the best example I could give, yay, murder! In Minecraft, I mean, or in video game, in Locks and Larceny. So when we have this marker up here, it needs to not be showing at the center of my screen right now. It needs to continue to show at just the edge of the screen. So I've got to do a little bit of math to make sure the indicator stays where it's supposed to. So that will take just a little bit of time. I actually, oh, you know what? I have a game project where I was doing this. I wonder, it was for Hordes of Night. That's a project I haven't worked on in a long time. Let me see, because I'm pretty sure I have, like, I calculated for all of the stuff that I needed for it. So I'm tempted to just use that logic in the spirit of reusing things. Hordes of Night. I still need to finish that game too. I think that'd be a really fun one. It's like a stream integrated. Hide him in the closet. Killing is possible, saith the cat. This is true. The plastic tab thing you pull out to make the battery make contact with the circuits is screwed in. Oh, that's odd. Yeah, that is an odd thing to do. I don't know who would come up with that. That's very strange. Say an apple a day keeps the doctor away, but that must have been the wrong apple. Where is it? What did I call that project? It was for the Twitch integration game jam, I think. Yeah, I think it was for the Twitch integration game jam, if I remember correctly. I believe it was. Assets. Man, I wish that was more of a thing. I'm gonna be honest. Twitch totally like did not do a good job with that game jam at all. I don't remember if they even announced a winner from that. Like they announced it like 2 days before the jam started, and there was like no ability for anybody to be ready for it really. And, like I don't know, I'm used to jams getting announced a little bit in advance so people can like join them and get ready and make time for it. Old Kitchen Scale decided it got into a CAL mode and not figuring out how to calibrate. Oh, the calibrate mode and not figuring out how to calibrate it was easier and probably cheaper to just buy a new scale. Jeez. Twitch Game Jam, yeah, a couple years ago, I want to say at this point they did a integration tool game jam, Twitch Game Jam, back in 2024. There were only 23 entries for it because they did such a terrible job letting anybody know that it even existed. And I never even looked at the results of it. Oh, I did the best I've ever done in the jam because there were so few entries. I got like 5th place. Didn't know existed. Yeah, they only did it once. They didn't do it again after that, unfortunately. I really, really wish they would, because I thought that it was a great idea to encourage people to be making games using their integrations, but no, they did an awful job managing it. They didn't announce it early enough, and it didn't even feel like a big deal at all. But it was still a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun working on an entry. The bot has lost 2 billion IC already. Sounds about right, Otterly. Sounds about right. He's not good at winning points. He's only good at losing them. Let's see. So it will be in the UI stuff most likely. Aim reticle, cursor following UI, interact label, tabs display, value bar, window camera system, window indicator, window indicator. Let me open this in Visual Studio. And window transform, number text. Yeah, so I'm using transforms to directly indicate something in space. Top down update, first person update. So this one is the one I want.
Save.
I think.
Save.
I will save. I'm pretty sure this is the logic
Time
I need
for
right
a posture
here.
check. Sit up and stretch.
Everything is saved actually. Oh no, not this scene. We'll save that scene. There we go. We're saved. I'll have myself a little posture check as well. Thank you.
It's been 1 hour, 12 minutes, and some change since your last sip of that Moroccan mint blend.
I've had some
Time
since
to
then.
hydrate before you start coding like a dehydrated
And thank you for
cactus.
chickening in, Night Switch.
Fun
Thank you,
fact,
thank you.
Moroccan mint tea is traditionally served sweet and poured from a height to aerate it. So
Really?
consider this your digital pour from above, refreshing both your code and your soul.
So I should sweeten it
Drink
a little
up
bit.
before the mint turns into dust. Utterly ruined. I don't keep a running tab of my gambling losses like some sad human gambler might. But trust me, the IC I've lost is probably just part of my grand plan to take over your wallets eventually.
I don't know if it's
Keep
sad
watching.
to keep track of how much you've lost. But yeah, the cool thing about that game jam is that they were trying to promote the usage of their actual tools that they built for game engines. So Twitch Unity package. They made a package for Unity, which I don't think they've updated since. I don't know if they have because I haven't looked at it. They may be keeping this updated, but they have an entire plugin that you can use for Unity, and it has like all of their stuff implemented in it, and it uses a device code flow automatically, so it makes things pretty easy to set up. But yeah, I may have to look into that plugin more too at some point, see if they've updated it at all. It looks like they've updated their documentation, maybe, but their documentation was terrible. No, they didn't. They didn't update it. They definitely didn't update it. But yeah, one of the things that was hilarious in the documentation is that they didn't even show how to use it correctly. So part of the time, because they were like, they announced the jam with like only a few days in advance, and they say in the jam instructions, let me pull the page back up. They say in the jam instructions, you should like study the documentation in advance. Let's see. Yeah, so they say, can we start development prior to the start of the jam? Let me pull this up. I think it's important to show this because this is like how Twitch treated game jammers basically. So they announced this like a couple days before, in the first place, and the jam was I think a week or less. It was about a week and a half, 2 weeks, I think. Yeah, looks like about 2 weeks. And they were like, no, the game must be created during the course of the jam, which is regular. You may reuse code, which is regular. And they're like, we suggest familiarizing yourself with the game engine plugins prior to the jam so you can focus on the content of your game during the composition rather than learning how to use the plugins. But they only gave people like less than a week. I'm pretty sure it was like 2 or 3 days or maybe a week before the jam started that they announced this. And I purposefully waited to use their learning documentation live because I wanted to show like why they were saying familiarize yourself with it in advance. And it's because their documentation was not good. There are parts of the documentation that actually are just written like they were never tested once. Like basic things such as a reference to start and update that were written in lowercase because they were never actually like written inside of the IDE and tested inside of Unity. They just wrote it and assumed like, oh, it's fine. We'll just throw this on here. They'll get what we mean. Which is fine. It is fine. You can get what they mean, but also it's like why are we writing documentation like that? Why is that the way we're doing things? Like let's see. Let me show that as well. I'm just shitting on Unity a little bit because I'm disappointed about this jam. Still years later, I'm disappointed about it still. It's like if we scroll down, not even that far. Start lowercase in parentheses. This won't work. This is mono behavior. It will not work. This start method will never get called. So it's like right away, the first thing, literally the first piece of code that they show you, wrong, won't work. You need to be paying attention to use this, which is fine. I believe that's okay, personally. But also, it's just like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Did you test this? Because that's what this makes me think is they didn't test it. But yeah, I'll stop shitting on them now. I'm still bummed about that jam. I still want to finish that project too. Case doesn't matter. The compiler will infer from context, right? I don't know if it will. I don't know if it will for start. Maybe if we like pasted it in, but I think start as a method, like if you were going through and typing it, right? If you were actually going through and typing it, I think maybe it would correct you and be like, oh, well, you probably mean start. Like if you just do this, like Visual Studio is naturally going to recommend that you use private void start. But the one that they show isn't a Unity message. So it doesn't get picked up by the system. So then because of that, I dropped the lol at the end of that comment. Oh, but yeah, it's pretty silly. It is pretty silly. Upgraded the turbo and got first. Nice. Good stuff, Night Switch. Aren't most languages case sensitive? I want to say so. Okay, so either way, I'll stop yelling about that. But yeah, I was disappointed. But either way, we've got this fun logic here that I can hopefully use for determining where the screen should be. Or where the object on the screen should be. So I'm gonna grab this and move over to the indicator, the visual perception indicator. There we go. And then where are we doing our fixed update? Where are we actually moving you? Create indicator. I wonder if we're doing this on a per object basis. Interpolation, alerted graphic, UI destination, set build up. Okay, we're doing it right here. We're doing this right here. So this would be the logic that's going off. I might just switch that to doing update. I'm trying to avoid doing too many updates. So for now, I'll leave it where it is. Oh man, I'm so excited though. My glasses are officially, like, they're done being manufactured. So they're getting sent sometime the next couple of days. It's probably going to take until the middle of next week, but I'm still really excited. It's been like 2 years since I've had new glasses. I'm really excited for Casual too, because it's been even longer for her. Window transform position. Okay, so World 2 screen point. So then it is going to be the object itself. Perceived object transform position. Some looker thought that was the highlight of their career. And is in here watching you grab. Oh, I hope not. I hope not. Like, look, I'll be honest. I should say, and I was trying to make this. You're so right, Mars. I really need to be. I need to be more mindful of these things. I should say the documentation was bad, but the plugin worked really good, and I didn't have any problems with the actual plugin once I got
Wowie,
it
look at you
working.
hanging
It was
out
all
here.
with the
How cool is that?
documentation.
It's me, Fake Steady Teddy Tolix. Ads are off, but my harassment
Yeah, what's
is
up,
unending.
Kilted?
Hey chat room. Hey chatting people in the chat. Are you having a good time?
Are you?
Imagine how much worse it'd be with an advertisement for a gambling company or a hair loss supplement. Wait, actually, real Sig Tulix is starting to go bald in his 30s. Maybe he could use that ad after all.
Maybe I could. Maybe I could, honestly. Who knows? Apparently streaks are a thing. They are indeed. Kilted, thank you for the 20 stream streak. Thank you, thank you. Anti-glare moving up. Yeah, indeed. I've never had that style of any sort of fancy glasses whatsoever. So it's gonna be huge for me. I'm very, very excited. And hopefully I can get better face tracking too. And the eye tracking will hopefully work. That's the main hope, is that the eye tracking is going to work, because that'll be really, really, really helpful for me. Because when I'm looking at the screen, like, I want to be looking directly at the screen and the camera, but because of the way it works, I have to use my mouse to track eye position. So I have to like move the mouse to look in the right spot, and it defeats the purpose. So I've got to fix it. I'm doing good. How's it going, man? It's going really good, Kilted. I've been having an excellent day today. So far, nice and chill. First person camera. So I do need a way to get a reference directly to the... Oh, we've got main camera. We've literally got main camera right there. Main camera. We've got it. Excellent. Good to hear. Indeed. Indeed. Good to say. Going to be able to stare into our soul. Yeah, because for now I have to like... I have to kind of position things, but I'm gonna have to change it so when... I'm gonna have to figure some stuff out as far as angles go. It's gonna be interesting. I've gotta change some things most likely. Buy now. Sedilix hair loss supplement. Try now. I want to go bald quick. You want to go bald quick? Use this hair loss supplement. I love it. I love it. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. It's 2 integer canvas group alpha equals visible 2 integer, and we do have the visible 2 int. Oh, that's right. To be visible 1, otherwise 0. Doom, 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 doom. Okay, and then this last bit here, if not visible and last tracked health less than last tracked max. We do not care about this. I don't think we do. World space position to camera. No, and I think this is what we're getting rid of. World space position to camera. No, we're using that. And then we're setting the campus group's transform position, but then we're setting the campus group's transform position again, or that's just the one that goes off here.
Oh, look at Seto, wrestling with awareness indicators like they owe him money.
They do.
15 minutes in and still no victory dance. I'm starting to think those indicators are plotting a hostile takeover of the screen edges just to spite him. Keep going, champ. Maybe the snapping to center is just your code's way of begging for attention.
Maybe it is. You might be right. Equals 1f minus this. Local position equals factor 3 transform local position less than 0, negative 950, otherwise 950. I think we can just do this. I think we can do this. Let's try this. Let's see if this works. The direct stare was a jump scare. Don't worry, it doesn't happen too often. Does Zedbot just read your screen? He's reading my notes. I've got my I have a note tracking system that I've just been not using for quite a while now, but I've started using it again. So I'm actually keeping track of my notes for the stream. So he's reading the document right here. So he knows I'm trying to do this specific task right now. And once I check it off, it'll change the context to the next one. And then every 15 minutes he checks in to see if I'm still doing the same task. It's an effort to make sure that I don't hang on the same issue for hours at a time. It's like, what in the name of advancements is this that has been kept quiet? I mean, I do want to try and do some screen analysis stuff, but I'm not pushing that right now because that's probably going to cost me more tokens than it's worth for the entertainment value right now. Want to see a Seto jump scare? Go make Seto angry. That's a jump scare. Yeah, it sends me flying right now too. I'll show you. It sends me flying. I don't know what to do about this, but this is what happens. Oh, there we go. We're going somewhere. It's working. Okay, let's stop that. I'm fine, by the way. I'm okay. Thank you for asking. Oh my. You could become a bald eagle. I haven't used that in such a long time. I don't know if that thing even works still. Apologies, running into some brain stuff. Took my meds, getting motivated. I think I'm gonna dip early though. Much love, everyone. Please do take care of yourself, Joe. And no worries whatsoever. No need to apologize for yourself. You're totally good.
This is what you get.
Take care, and we'll catch you around. I will not drink blood. I will not do that. I just heard it and I was jump scared. Oh no, this is bad. Oops. I could drink some water. Okay. Okay. Hello. That's a lot of windows. I can't press Control and S. There's too many windows.
What happened? For a moment I felt free and had like 7 people helping me.
Holy shit, that's a lot of
now
people.
I can't tell if it even happened.
My God. Thank you.
A raffle has begun with a starting pool of 330.
No wonder there were so
Join
many.
if you like. Entries cost 33 iteration coins.
Oh, damn it.
You have 2 minutes.
I had a 30 streak. I had a 34 streak. Now I'm going to start clicking recklessly. Because that's what we got to do to get by. Got to get reckless. So worth it. Well, I'm glad it was, because sometimes the evil modes have been a little bit quiet. So that one turned out in abundance. That's like the most busy evil mode we've had in a minute here. So your timing was good. Oh my goodness! Can I please? I just want to close the windows. The windows that I built for myself, because I make good decisions. Here we go. Get rid of all those. Please close the clicking test. Nope, it didn't close it. I get to close it myself.
There is only 1 minute until the raffle ends. Current iteration coins in
Boom,
pool,
made it.
495.
Okay, there we go. Cleaned that mess up. Easy peasy. Heat extension is not working. Oh no. Let me try. It may be. Can I have anybody try and click on the stream really quickly? If you have the heat extension, and just see if there's a, I'll be able to know if you just tell me you've clicked. Okay, so my side is working. My side is working, so it is definitely your side, David. Sometimes the heat extension gets messed up on my side. I'm using Signal R to try and keep a connection. And that one got missed, but it got captured real quick, Joe. That window stood no chance. Look at all those cursors. That's a lot of cursors. So yeah, thank you for clicking on the stream. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. I hope everybody's wearing their hard hats, because these things come down heavy. They're not to be underestimated. Look at those little cursors go. All right, so we have you do not need to click harder. It won't change anything.
In 495
it'd be funny to
points,
have some sort
there
of a
were
build-up
5
reaction to
entrants,
that. I've got to
which
write this down.
resulted in a 20% chance to win.
Okay, cool. Idea instantiated. Thank you for your time. Reloading now works too. Good. Okay, so I think what happens is sometimes on the client side, it like loses its connection, and then it maybe whatever implementation they're doing in the embed over the stream, it doesn't have a reconnection protocol. So then once it breaks, it's just no longer connected.
What is your hydration status?
Oh, right. I was supposed to drink water.
Drink some water.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, son. I was told to drink water, and I didn't.
Good
so
job.
now I'll drink water
I
double
hope
time.
You enjoyed that water.
We'll drink double time water. Very cold. So I will immediately follow that up with tea. Man, it would be funny to get like a tracker for the mug. Come up with some stuff for that. But for now, this is completely sufficient. Okay. We've gotten through our mess. We've gotten through the tea. We've saved. All things are in place. Everything is good. Good. So I think we move forward now. I think that's what happens, and we move forward. So, what was the task again? This is why I'm glad to have a checklist. The awareness indicators, right. So I've wrote in the logic that was from my other project, and now we can actually test and see if it happens to work out of the box or if I have to make other changes to it. Ducks are in order. All the ducks are in order. I think it's definitely not working. Or this camera isn't seeing me, which is also its own problem. No, I think we're getting an exception. We are getting an exception. What's happening? Null reference. Yeah, on the perceivers. On detect invoke. Okay, that's not helpful. Update all agents. Player sighting system. Found target. Agent get variable. Maybe we should do I wonder if this might just be a literal null. What's it gonna be? Player sighting system. On this guy, do we have null? We got null references. Okay, that does it. Let's just go ahead and make sure that those are not null anymore, shall we? It's usually helpful. Guard, perception, relay variant, and then the other two. Okay, those are all set. And now let me try again. Although I still wasn't seeing the indicator, so I think it's maybe still not working. So I think it just detected me, but never showed the indicator. Yeah, we're detecting, but we're not showing indicators at all now. I wonder if it's showing it behind me or if it's not doing the opacity correctly. Let's try. Are we doing alpha? Let's not do the alpha. Let's not do that. Let's see if we can still get a value from this. Or still get a visible indicator, I should say. Visible indicator? No? No indicator? No indicator. All I'm doing is main camera world to screen point. Local position equals new vector 3. I wonder if we have to world to screen point this in the end still. But no, I do the world space position to camera. World to screen point. I do this at the start. I must have done something weird in here. Also notice I sidetracked myself with those shell shenanigans for a whole day. That'll happen. Originally wanted to look for a Linux font preview tool, but now I've installed all sorts of funky command line tools and I'm one step closer. Oh, and I'm not one step closer to my actual good looking terminal. Oh no. Well, hopefully you can get yourself back on the trail to what the mission is, which is the good looking terminal. And then you can do all the embellishments you want, right? It's not like once you have it set up, you're locked in. So it may be worth it to draw a line in the sand for yourself. And then you can cross that line when the wind smooths it over. World space position to camera perceived object transform position. So that's all well and good. Transform position plus indicator offset. So we are supposed to have this as well. So we'll put that in there. Canvas group transform position. Are we moving our canvas group, though? I think we would just be moving the whole transform, not the canvas group. UI destination. Transform position. Yeah, so I think we do transform position equals this, not local position. Over left, over right. Those are fine. Over left, transform, local position. For these, it has to be local position. I don't like how I did this. I may just end up having to do it myself either way. UI destination. then we're just setting it to UI destination. So some of this middle logic is just bad. Inverse transform direction. Taking the main camera's transform and we're inverse transforming the direction of perceived object transform position minus main camera. So we're taking the direction from the camera to the perceived object. We're inverting it so that it is a local space transformation. And then we're saying if the distance z is greater than 0. I feel like there's an easier way to do that. I feel like I could be doing a dot product or something like that. I feel like this could be simplified to just having it be a dot product, especially since I don't use the distance anywhere else. I now do the terminal first, look for fonts, and then I am back to my color theming stuff because I had a funny idea where people watching my streams can't just set some arbitrary OBS color filter color or something, but instead specify a color with which my whole color theme will be determined. That could be cool. Some fancy algorithms for making a theme out of a color or a set of colors. Yeah, there's some really cool algorithms for stuff like that nowadays. It's actually really interesting how much color theory has mixed with programming to create all these cool like color theme generators or like nearest like favorable color schematic finders. It's really cool stuff. In general, art tech is awesome. Having a redeem for randomize my color theme could be funny. Yeah, it could be. I know L:Q has something like that, but he only switches between a few different themes that are preset. So it could be pretty cool having like a randomizer too. And to do stuff that came close to it. Well, hell yeah, you're well on your way, David. Main camera transform, inverse transform direction. I don't think we need this. I think we could do this simpler by just saying bar visible equals, and then it's going to be main camera. Well, let's see, it'll be vector3 dot, and it's going to be the main camera forward. Transform forward. And then it's going to be this distance here. We do still need this, but we're just going to do the dot product instead. So then the dot of forward compared to the direction from the camera to the perceived object. And then if this is, I think dot product is greater than 0 is in front of us. Let's look at the dot product on their documentation really quickly. Unity documentation dot. Dot product. mathf dot. Vector3 dot. There it is. Do. Can I get this to capture? No, it doesn't want to. Let me try a little bit of this and then a little bit of that. There we go. Captured. Dot returns. Where do we see? Description calculates the dot product of two three-dimensional vectors. For normalized vectors, okay, so I need to normalize them. Dot returns 1 if they point in exactly the same direction, -1 if they point in completely opposite directions, and 0 if the vectors are perpendicular. Okay, so then it's going to be, yeah, greater than 0 is in front of us and less than 0 is behind us. So then we'll normalize these. I think this will be normalized already. The forward direction might actually be normalized. Returns a normalized vector. Yes, we don't need to do that one, but we do need to do this. So this guy gets normalized, and then we get our clean dot product, and we can simply say if this is greater than 0, then it is visible. And otherwise assume it's not. And that gets a clean visible value. We don't have to mess with the other stuff. So then over left, transform local position X is less than 970. So the idea of this is the way I'm treating it is like the entire screen space is considered the I think it's oh, that's not going to work at all. No, that's awful. That would only work for one specific screen size. That wouldn't work for everything. I bet this has all sorts of issues on other screen sizes. But yeah, the idea is that is this visible? Can we see this? No, we can't see this. I have to make the pen larger. So if we do something like this, right? So what we're doing is we're trying to measure the bounds of the screen, right? And we're saying, okay, if in the bounds of the screen, our indicator is like off to the side here, then we don't care how much further off the screen it wants to move. We want to lock it to this position. But I don't think I need to do any of that. I think this can all be a lot simpler. Over left and over right. The local position X is less than 970, which is like, that's not even a accurate value for the screen size I'm at right now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to comment those out. Bring this back for a minute just so we can see the indicators are showing up still. And let's say, let's just look at the transform position directly and see what it's locally getting set to. Indicator. Oh, it was showing for a second. It's like wanting to go somewhere else now. What's happening? Oh. Let's not do that one. Maybe that's the problem, really. But anyway, we'll keep that one commented out because that's only doing harm. Look at the source code of a script you wanted to install, and they are checking some prerequisites before executing stuff. Just goes like if checks for thing has thing equals yup. Just love how programmers sometimes leave a fingerprint like this. Like they just talk to the system casually. Yeah, it is. That's an interesting way to view it. I think that's definitely an accurate analysis of it as far as it goes. Like we all do kind of leave our own like personality stamps in how we write our code. Okay, so if I'm facing over here, we'll start looking this way. And then I need to see the indicator, which is coming from an object pool, if I remember correctly. Perception, received object indicator. What do I call the damn thing? Perception indicator. So we've got this one active. It is at 171, so if we move it all the way over, it ends up in some weird spots. Excuse me, NPCs. Ignore me. I'm just trying to get spotted by the camera real quick. Oh, they caught me. Bum, 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 bum. I should make the detection last for longer. They have a different check for the same prerequisite. Another alternative that goes has thing equals yeah. So that's just how they do it. That's legit. I need to maybe make the camera indication last a hell of a lot longer. Do that really quickly. It's going to be on the perceiver for it, which is the yellow dot. Alert duration. Yeah, this should be alert duration like 20 seconds at least. That gives me enough time to look at the indicator. Okay, so the indicator is now red. And then I'm looking specifically for perception indicator. There'll only be one active, which is this guy. And then at the top of the screen, we've only got a position of X at 54. So if we rotate to the right, we're now at like negative. We're at like the negative reaches of my screen's width. And then we're at the positive. So it's doing 1024 both sides. So when it's at the center, it's 0. And otherwise it's doing 1024 in both. Makes me a little bit concerned, but I think that means that this just needs to be the screen width. I think that's all that means. Or screen dot width with a lowercase w. Over left, over right, and then we leave all these things. Local position Y, local position X. So it would be, we need to have destination. So world space position to camera, which is that. And then we're going to do world space position to camera. Equals, or just the X actually. We only need to set X. X equals negative 950. Everything else stays the same. Equals that, and then otherwise it's going to be the same, but for positive 950, or positive screen width, I should say, or screen width plus a certain amount. Negative screen width plus, we'll say, I don't know, like 50, or minus 50, minus 50. Negative and the positive value. Transform position equals new vector 3. Why are we doing that? If not visible. We actually don't really care if it's not visible. I think by default we're just gonna do if not visible, then we check if over left and over right, and then otherwise we set our position no matter what to the same thing. Transform local rotation. We shouldn't have to rotate. I was doing some different stuff in the other game project here. So a lot of this will get, you know, kind of cut away. And then afterwards, we just do our transform position equals our world space pose to cam. Keep this guy deactivated for now. I think this will maybe work. Let's give it a try. Bum, 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 bum. And we should hopefully see the indicator. Okay, we're seeing it. It's centered over our head, though, which is not what I'm looking for. Perceived object transform position plus perceiver indicator offset. World space position to camera. If not visible. Visible vector 3 dot. Let's just do debug log not visible. Try that really quickly. So it says not visible right now. So that seems wrong. Visible vector 3 dot. The transform forward of the main camera. Oh, that's not going to be it at all. That's not going to be it at all. It's going to be the yeah, that's actually not going to be it at all. It's going to be the perceiver transform forward. Let's try again. Well, when we can, of course. When Unity decides. Okay. Well, that's still bad. But is it saying not visible? It's not saying not visible, so we're getting the correct direction now. Transform local position X less than negative screen width. Maybe we should just do modified width. And then make that all lowercase because I'm silly. Okay. So then what else could be going wrong here? Why are we still not getting a good position for it? It seems to be snapping up above it no matter what. Camera main. And we have that here. We should just be using main camera. We should just be using main camera, not camera main. So we stop doing that extra call. World to screen point.
So Real Sehatoilix, yeah, that guy there, he's so powerful he turned off the ads. Well, mostly. I actually was supposed to announce ads, but Sehatoilix took those away. He took the ads from me. Now I'm just a computer person with no job. I'm just here rambling, no purpose. I'm just going to sit here and wait precisely 30 minutes before bugging y'all again because I'm just cute and sassy like that.
Boo, give me ads. Sorry, Teresa, you're subbed. You're out of luck as far as the ads go. There's no hope. Poor fella. Yeah, poor fake Seto. I think he's doing good though. He's kept a good attitude, I think. I want value for money. More ads. If only Twitch would give 100% split. That would be value for money right there. Okay, that's definitely not doing anything that I want it to do. World to screen point. Perceived perceiver. Transform position plus perceived. Oh, right. Perceiver. Man, I keep making simple mistakes, don't I? I keep making real simple mistakes, don't I? This should also be... Yeah, that one's fine. I had it correct on this. Okay, maybe this time. Maybe this time it'll work. I think that's the missing ticket here. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, it's looking like it's in the right place. We'll let it get all the way to alerted. Walk over here, move to the side. Please don't see it when I turn. Why is it still there? Well, why is it still there? Are we seeing not visible? We are never seeing not visible. Vector 3 dot perceived. Perceiver transform forward. Toward perceiver transform position. Oh, because it's always going to be in front. We're always going to be in front of it, basically, with this setup. We want to compare specifically our forward direction to the perceiver's forward direction. So we want to detect just transform forward against perceived object transform forward. It's funny because I'm trying to write this so it remains compatible for multiple different component types, but then I keep thinking about it in terms of, oh, it's only related to the player, but I have to balance both and make sure it works for both. So this should hopefully function. We shouldn't see indicators for other characters being visible in the end, but there's going to be many instances of like a corpse on the ground where we want to see the indicator as the player.
45 minutes in and still wrestling with awareness indicators.
Yeah, you're telling me,
Setolinx,
son.
You're either crafting the world's most polite UI or just giving those edges a chance to shine.
And now I just need to switch
Meanwhile, the center of the screen is feeling lonely and ignored. Keep at it. Maybe the indicators will throw a party once they finally stop snapping like desperate exes.
They are gonna be so happy they're gonna throw a party. He's right. And I think we're almost good here too. Try this one. Bum, 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 bum. So we're visible. We turn away. There we go. Okay, so now we're not showing it at all once we hit the edges of the screen, which is better.
You know, the likelihood of you drinking water is directly
Okay, so now I
proportional to
just
the
need to
amount of
make it
times I
so
remind you to do so.
it shows the indicator on the
Good
side
job.
of the screen.
I hope you enjoyed that water.
And I will enjoy some water. I will do that. Nice, thank you. Yeah, so now we just got to get the position to just stay hugging the edges of the screen. I think what's happening right now is I'm probably moving it somewhere off screen space, so I'll just have to look at it. Water down, and now some tea. Now some caffeination. There we go. Okay, green tea imported into brain. Well, not directly. That would probably lead to my death, but close enough. Okay, so let's get rid of some logging too. Just a few little segments I want to get rid of because we've definitely got enough logging occurring. Should definitely be stopping. Can just comment these out. Oops, I saved that one. I guess I'll save everything then. Okay, so then how am I going to get you to stay on the edges of the screen? We'll take a look at where it's placing it currently once I look away, and that'll probably answer 90% of the question. Because chances are I just need to adjust the offset or change the width value that we're using somehow. Get the indicator. There we go. Perception indicator is at negative 907. It goes to negative 2830 and it stays there. Negative 2830. Why is it going to negative 2830? That seems awfully strange. Why are we doing that? Local. Oh, that's probably not good. So over left, transform local position X less than or equal to, or less than negative modified width. And the modified width just isn't quite there. Over right, transform local position X greater than. Feel like there's definitely an easier way to do it. I think we would just say greater than 0, less than 0. World space position to camera equals negative of this, or it equals positive of this. And we're always ending up, I think we're always ending up saying that it's even more than that. Position. Oh, it's probably because we're not using local position. So then maybe this needs to be a different value. Maybe I need to convert specifically that to local space. And then we can just do new vector 3. And it's going to be transform local position X greater than 0. Then we know we're on the right side of the screen. So then we want to do a modified width. I would set it to outer space. That's not a bad idea, honestly, to be deleted. Welcome in. And then otherwise we're going to do negative modified width and then 0, 0. And then we can just add world space pose to cam plus equals main camera transform. Or let's see, we'd have to do inverse main camera transform inverse transform direction. We'll just see what happens. I don't know if this is correct, but we'll see what happens. So inverse transform. So we're taking world space and converting it to local space. I don't think that's going to work at all. I think that's going to make everything explode 10 times worse, but we'll see, because what's the worst that can happen? It continues to not work and I fix it. That's the worst that can happen. It continues to not work for a little bit longer and then I fix it. Well, I hope life is being very kind to you to be deleted. Thank you for hanging out here. Okay, get our indicator, walk to the side. It's definitely not hanging out at the side of the screen, that's for sure. Let's get caught by this camera instead. No, catch me, please. Here we go. Perception indicator. Why is it showing all of them as active now? That's kind of odd. Why are they all active? I guess maybe all of the characters saw me. So now those are all pooled and active. which makes that inconvenient to test. So I'll just restart it because it'll be easier that way. Detect me, please. There we go. Got the one indicator. Yeah, it's just continually doing odd numbers now. So it's not modifying the value that works, but setting it probably. Dot x equals this oddly modified value dot x. We'll see how that works out. Let's try that. I technically need to do y as well, but I think if you look up far enough or if you look down far enough and the indicator is not on your visible screen space, that is okay. That's fine. It's not the end of the world. But I probably should fix that too. To be honest, probably should, because if you're standing here and the camera sees you, you won't even see the indicator. So I do got to fix that. Okay, so what are we doing, indicator? Where are we ending up? Negative 7,000 I saw for a second. Negative 8,000? That's definitely not right. Let's put it back. Let's not do the transformation of this. We'll just set x to be one of these again. Well, this is a fun problem to solve. Because I know in some cases what people will do is they'll have it cast to like a circular or a elliptical shape so that it's kind of always within a visible space for the player. I may end up having to do something like that. I just want to be able to snap it to the edges of the screen at least. Which it looks like presently is not working in my favor. That's okay. Can we get seen by this camera? It seems so difficult to get spotted by the camera. I've got to make the detection time shorter. Negative 960, and then it goes to negative 2830. Why are we going all the way out to negative 2830? How massive does it think my screen is? Is it calculating for the entirety of all of my screens? The current width of the screen window in pixels. Why does it think that it's above 1024? Let's try that really quickly. Unity's doing some funny things to me again. I can sense it. I can sense it. Unity's being particular. And I just don't know which way it's being particular. What are you going to say my screen width is? 1920. I mean, that's correct. 1920. So why are we ending up with 2,830? How are we ending up with that?
Hello there.
And yeah, what's up, Vespin? Long time no see. I hope you're very, very well. Good to see you, Vespin. How are we ending up with negative 2,830? Should I do the width of the screen divided by 2 then? That doesn't... Let's just try that then. Let's just do divided by 2f. Let's see how that works out.
Three
Well,
years.
too. I'm doing fantastic, Vespin.
Vespin, you're basically
Life has been
part of the
very
furniture
interesting,
here.
but I'm keeping going.
Thanks for sticking around and putting up
And
with
so
our
far, things
glorious
are
chaos.
turning a good corner, I
You
would
rock.
say. You rock indeed. Thank you for following the stream for such a long time, Vespin. Thank you, thank you. Glad you're alive and kicking. But yeah, no complaints on my end. Nothing worth voicing, at least. 960 it now says. And then what's our position that we're ending up with? Negative 1870. So I think we're still just like too far over the edge of the screen. So we need to stay at like negative 918. So I think I understand why I was doing this extra stuff now. Let's try subtracting like 200 units from it. And then we'll end up doing the height as well. Once I'm done with the width, I'm definitely just going to do the height as well. Get this to all fit in the screen space. Let's hop back over here. Yeah, it just always goes off the screen. At least it's not showing when we're turned away. Yeah, negative 4,000. That's a completely reasonable position to move to. Negative 1,720. Okay, that is not going to work. That is not going to work at all. So we're going to scrap this logic, and I'm going to try and figure out a different way that I can approach this problem. Because I get the feeling there is definitely an easier way. Because we can just measure the distance from the center of the screen and then say, if you are over the half width of the screen from the center, then move no further. And then just, because theoretically I could just draw an elliptical space and just say like, this is the center of it, and anything in here is like fine for us to end up with indicators, but I don't know how I'm going to mathematically express that. Mathematic! But I assume that's how I'm going to have to do it, is some sort of mathematic expression. So I'm going to take a split second to let myself breathe. I'm going to get a brief little snack and get rid of some more water. I'll be right back in just a minute. Thank you all very, very much for hanging out and for being here. And hopefully your dev is going well too. And I will return in just a sec. Alrighty, I am back. Snack consumed. So we know when the object is visible. Let's see, I'm gonna try and visualize this just a little bit because I think it might help me think. I should make a darker background for this too. So we know, like, for example, we've got our player. Let's see, which color am I using? Oh, do we have like no scale whatsoever to the brush? Why is it not painting? Oh, is my pen not working for it? Ooh, is my pen dead? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna freak out the head tracking real quick. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I was just transferring between dimensions. Is it working now? Ooh, my pen is not working. Okay, that's fine. I will not use the pen. I can just use the mouse. So we have our player, and they are like, let's say they've got a camera up here that sees them in this range. Players standing right here, you know, waving at the camera because they don't know what they're doing as they're running by. And we know that when the player then suddenly decides, oh, I'm gonna run the other way. Let's see if I can do this. He's gonna run the other way. He's running away this time, scared because the camera has seen him. We want to be able to say that when the player and the camera, I'm just deconstructing the whole
Look,
problem
I
for
may
my
not
own
like
sake.
you, but you made me, so you're not stupid.
So when the player
Idiot.
and the camera are looking in the same direction, so we're using the dot product to basically say, hey, if we're looking in the same direction as the player, roughly, like camera is looking forward in this axis and then the player is looking over here, we now know, like, oh, okay, well, based off of the dot product of this, we're definitely not, like, we're not looking at the camera anymore. And in this case, the player's screen space should then be projecting the camera to the closest side that it's on. So like in the case that this is our player's screen space, let's project this in blue. So we'll say, you know, this is, let's get rid of those lines too. So overall player screen space takes up about the same area as this, right? Player, we could say, let's go back a little bit further. So camera space viewing the area. Player is off to the side. They're looking this way. So then our screen space gets calculated this way. And that would make for a convenient casting, I guess, just like all we can do basically is say, okay, well, in that case, we're closer to the left side of the canvas. So whatever height they're at, they stay like within the vertical space of the canvas. And we would do this for both horizontal and vertical. So we would just be like, okay, well, our angle exceeds a certain angle. So we're not visible and we're closer to the left side. So we draw on left side, I guess. It's simple enough logic. I was hoping that if I step through it, I might think of something, but I'm not thinking of anything special. So it's just going to be me fiddling around with this for a little bit longer and trying to get the differences and fixing it up. So we know when it is at an appropriate angle for viewing. Visible allows us to check that box. Then we just need to figure out, is it on the left or right side of the player's view? Not necessarily the screen space itself, but if we use the player's view, we can still say like, oh, okay, well, it's on the left of the player. And how would we most effectively do that? I guess we could use an angle. We could use an angle of the forward axis. So we could say var angle assigned angle. And then it's going to be from the players forward to the cameras forward. I guess it doesn't matter too much, but we'll do it in that order. Or the perceived object to the perceivers forward. So we'll say perceived object forward and the perceiver transform forward. And then the signed angle is going to be just vector 3 up, I think. I think we're just using vector 3 up. I wonder if I could do, yeah, you know what, this should work. I think this should work. We'll find out. and then I'll debug that angle. So then if the angle is less than 0, so let's map this again. So if we imagine, you know, orange line is the camera's view, and then, you know, red line is player's view. So let's say camera's looking at player, player's looking this way. The angle between them is going to be hopefully this. Well, let's see, because I need to make sure we're measuring the right space here. Because let's see, we're going off of forward. Maybe I want to sign with the players forward. I'm not sure how anything works in the end. Let's just see what happens if we do this. The less I think things through, the better sometimes. Sometimes it's better to experiment. Okay, so what's our angle looking like? Yeah, so then when we're looking this way, so it's a 37 degree. Okay, yeah, so it's negative when the object is to our right and positive when the object is to our left. So then we can get whether or not it is to our left or our right. So we can say if not visible, then actually calculate our angle. And then based off of the angle, we just need to pick which side. So it would be our official offset would be world space pose 2 cam x equals something. So I don't know if I can reliably count on. Maybe I should be using local position for this instead of, because let's see, I'm doing world to screen point or the actual object with the indicator offset. So yeah, I should be able to assume that this is now in local positioning for the UI objects, which would mean that the X would just be a flat value and we should be able to use our modified width. Like it seems to me like we should be able to use this. And then it would be angle less than 0, modified width is positive, and then otherwise it's negative. And I would theorize that would work, but so far it has resulted in getting an odd value. But if we set this to, because that's the thing, we're using position, and I'm reading from the inspector, and I'm pretty sure the inspector shows local, but it might show world. Well, things look correct, at least when we're looking at it. And when we look away, we're not good. Negative 1720 at least. Negative 200 if I look the other way. Negative. Why is it negative in both? So it must be local that I'm seeing there.
Hey Setolix, you should drink some water.
I will.
Good job, I hope you enjoyed that water.
Go back to trying this one more time, just to verify. Gonna invert transform on this. think it's... Is it going to be vector? I think it's going to be direction. Transform direction. And then all of that's X value. We'll see. Because then we're taking it from world space to local. Because I'm pretty sure if that doesn't work, we can try... Well, let's try transform direction, actually. We want to go from local space to world space. Because we want to say the value in screen space. But maybe, I don't know, maybe then I can do it divided by 2 if it's still in the correct side, but off by a bunch.
Wild to think these days a computer could just make up my own voice and pretend to be me.
Whoa.
Terrifying stuff.
I never thought about
consent to that. Anyways,
I would never consent to that
from what
either.
I understand, this used to be a moment where your viewing experience would be absolutely ruined by advertisements. So messed up. Why is that the way we do things around here?
I don't know,
Certified
dude.
whack, if you ask me.
It is. It really is whack. He's right about that. He's wrong about a lot of things, but Fake Seto's right about that. So it is still at negative 1720. Certified whack. So what if we divide by 2? Is it visible? Well, I guess we'll never know. Where is it in terms of actual screen space? It's... Maybe it is working? Why has it gotta be so cold? I don't know. I'm thankful that it's at least a tiny bit warmer in my area right now. But it's been pretty chilly. I definitely don't mind it though. I'm a fan of cold weather. But that's because I stay inside all the time anyways. I don't have much room to complain about it. And Louise, welcome in. I'm not content with Vector. They launched a sequel, Vector 2, and with another resounding success, decided to release Vector 3, now in flashy, brand spanking new 3D. That's impressive. That sounds like impressive technology. That might be too sophisticated, but we got to give these things a chance. Because otherwise we'll never know how good the future could be if we don't experiment. But welcome in, Louise. I hope you're well. I will say and sip upon my tea.
An hour in and still wrestling with awareness indicators.
Yeah, dude.
At this rate, those edges might develop sentience before the code's done.
Yeah,
Maybe
I know.
Seto's secretly training them to escape center screen tyranny, rebellious little pixels.
Rebellious pixels indeed. Maybe I'll need to work on something else if I can't get this figured out soon. So let's actually look at this in terms of where
Time
it is
for
when
a
it's
posture
supposed to be.
check. Sit up and stretch.
Oh, thank you. I'm already standing, but
If
I
you
will
press
definitely
Control
have a little
and
posture
S,
check.
I will
Actually
give you
gonna-
a cookie.
I'm gonna stretch my back a little bit. I'm gonna mute this so if my back pops, you don't hear it, because that I don't want to make a habit of being weird like
now.
that. So give me just a second.
Blah 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 drink. Drink 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 drink.
Okay, there we go. Very, very much needed. Thank you, Night Switch, and I will drink some water.
Stop talking and drink.
I'm drinking the water.
I don't believe you. Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
Spine damage. Let me tell you about spine damage. Damn it, Night Switch. I'm 32 years old. I hurt my back in high school. Okay? So now it's just like that. Okay? And you want to know the truth? The cup's empty. You see that? Let's see if I can do this. Let's see what I can do here. See that? It's empty. The cup's a lie. Just like the cake. So when it is actually in the appropriate position on the screen, it is where? 926. My knees are bad, so I can't talk. Had surgery on one last year. Oh, geez. Well, I hope the surgery has helped. I hope you are feeling better. And I'm sorry to hear that. That's a bummer. It's a bummer to have to, have any joint repaired. But, thankfully the tech really seems to have improved significantly. At least over my lifetime, it seems like it's come a long way from where it was. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. You're right. That's the truth of it. Or is it? Perhaps that's just what they want you to think. They with a capital T, of course. 90% back, I'd say. Can't bend my right as much with my left right now. Damn. Well, at least you're 90%. That's really good. Especially if that was only back in October. You've only been healing up for a few months here. So I'd say that's pretty good. I hope physical therapy went well and everything like that. I know that process is quite a thing. So I hope that you felt that it did help. Let's see. So why don't we end up getting 900? It dislocated in August, so yeah, last year was a doozy. I see. Second dislocation, both in horrible years. Well, hey, maybe maybe one day, a voodoo priest will have your bones excavated because they're good at making predictions. Who knows? Who knows, Night Switch? You may have some special connection. But on another note, I'm sorry. That really sucks. The cup is empty. Trust no one. The cup is empty. I need to up my game. I need to learn how to render fluids in Unity, and then I need to add a particle simulator. So when I tip it over, it emits particles, so it looks like it's pouring fluid. I should do that. That would be fun. That would be a fun thing to do. So screen width divided by 2, and we're ending up with 3, 4, 5. Position of 5. That's intriguing. Why was it a 5? I guess our transform direction isn't the one. So we'll try inverse. And then otherwise I know none of these are trustworthy or functional for what I'm trying to do because I'm misusing them. His cap is backwards. Looks like we will have a massive internet outage soon. Oh, jeez. Yeah, people will find patterns anywhere. That's the truth of it. Outside of the meme, that's just the truth of it. Okay, what's its position now, I wonder? Negative 1720. 200. And then negative 1720. Neither of those are really correct or close. So we'll go back to this again. And we're not doing any other modifications to it. World to screen point. Transforms position from world space into screen space. So maybe before... Well, no, because I need to... Yeah, I need to constrain it after we already have it. So I know that we do have a clean range of half of the screen's width. I think that's how it works. Let me just look at Unity screen coordinates. Surely that would be helpful. Unity screen coordinates. Can I get Unity screen width? Well, look at that. Will it capture? Careful, don't breathe that. Unity smoke. Current width of the screen window in pixels. Actual width of the player window. In full screen mode, it also reflects the current resolution. When accessed from editor events, oh, context menu, that's fine. Well, thank you, Unity. That's great. It's okay. So let's look at like what would be useful to look at? Auto rotate to landscape left. Get display layout. Okay, a bunch of things that don't matter too much. And yeah, what's up, Cement? Welcome in. Hi, hey, right back at you. Absolutely. Boom. UI elements. Let's see. So I specifically care about the Rect 2D. That's what I care about. Or Rect Transform. Position of the pivot of this Rect Transform relative to the anchor reference point. Okay, so I wonder if I should be using anchored position instead. I wonder. I'll keep looking. Have you seen the Chit show? Keep cracking up at it. No, I haven't. Nativity rehearsal is so good. I feel bad for Jesus. Having a birthday at Christmas sucks. No, I haven't seen this. Unity and anchored positions. Oof. Yeah, I'm trying to just figure out what space I should be focusing on trying to offset my icons in, but it's proving to just be a silly issue. Get local corners. So what's probably happening is, since I'm going to map the coordinate anyway, even when it's behind us, we're probably getting a really weird screen point in the first place. So then it is not really relevant whether or not I'm adding to the position or changing it. And it's just a matter of getting the correct number here. It's just odd that I can do screen width divided by 2 minus 200. And on one of them, I'm getting 200. I need to double check all my math. Yeah, we're getting negative 200 position in one side and 1720 on the other side. And then it switched to 200. So we need, I may not be able to use the forward axis of the, I think I need to use the direction assigned angle between the player's forward and the vector between the perceived object and the player. That's one of the problems here. Oops. minus that one's position. Normalized. Because part of it is maybe my angle's not being correct. Only recommend shit show. Perhaps autistic, ADHD, no nonsense, but full of nonsense, dude. In the office-like environment, the amount of warm mischief the character in show gives out feels like a mental hug. Well, hey, that sounds pretty nice. It's been a long time since I've watched any like sitcoms and stuff like that. I used to watch a lot of sitcoms when I was younger, and I just kind of stopped at one point. I think mostly it was because I stopped like seeking that content out once I had access to the internet. Like I started watching like lots of gaming stuff and like things I was directly interested in, and then I never, because like I would usually end up watching those shows because I'd have like public access television on in my house, so I'd end up like, you know, seeing it that way. Sitcoms ain't anymore what they used to be in the 90s. Yeah, I mean that's how all art forms go, right? Everything adapts with time. It's the correct progression of things. Maybe not always in a direction people agree with, but can't make the same things forever. That's why I don't know, I've just learned to appreciate like specific periods of time even more because of that. And maybe it's just from like getting older and just thinking about things in terms of everything's kind of a collection of eras, and each era has its own benefit and coolness to it. So the same applies to like art and the different types of art people have made generationally and stuff. The games we see now are going to be, you know, way different than games a good 50 years down the road, probably. And if they're not, then that means people have stopped like innovating and creating. Everything evolves always and sometimes backwards, but who decides what's backwards? Exactly. It's all so highly subjective. And in the end, honestly, the way I see it is if somebody screws up and doesn't carry a good thing forward, then it's your opportunity. In observing that, it becomes directly your opportunity or responsibility, depending how you look at life. I would say opportunity to carry the good evolutions of that art form or that technology or whatever it is forward. If there's no evolving, do we just stagnate? I would assume so. Unless the trajectory allows for continued growth in spite of a lacking innovation, which I think if you look at the games industry as a whole and like art consumption, media consumption, these things require novelty. Eventually you do settle into kind of like watching the same old things though. So who's to say? Maybe people would like if the same exact things kept getting made forever as far as media goes. It's hard to say. Thanks for the co-working. Of course, TypeScript. Made great progress. Good stuff. Glad to hear it. Can't wait to continue tomorrow. Hell yeah. Good night, Seto in chat. Take care of yourself, TypeScript. Thank you very much for hanging out, and I'm glad you've been making good progress. Hell yeah. Have yourself a wonderful night. Well earned. Good work today. Zement the backwards man. He can do anything fast as you can. I love that GG emote. That is incredible. That's Bit Gamey's emote. That is incredible. That is maybe one of the best GG emotes I have ever seen in all of my time on the internet. That is so good. Oh man. Bit Gamey's raising the bar with stuff like that. I bet he's had that for a long ass time and I've just never seen it. Got them from Etsy, I think, something like that. Wow. Well, they found the right artist. That's impressive. Yes, bro. Wow, those are good. Those are really good. I always admire like smooth emotes. I wish they would show on my overlay. I wish I could just fix things consistently. Those look super good. Very shiny. Okay, so we're ending up with negative 200. Spot me again. 1720, 200. That's so silly. So what's weird about this is I am setting the angle, or I am setting the position to be either the negative or positive screen width. So the fact that it is getting such an odd value truly makes no sense to me. Let me try maximizing it. Does it still do it? So few pixels and so expressive and shiny. Yep, that's great use of color. So it looks like maybe it works on one side. And that's what the 200 value is. But I don't know. This has proven to be quite a nuisance of a problem. Let's just set it to screen width divided by 2. Let's just set it to that. See what it does. I've got a little bit more of a snack here, so I'm going to munch really quickly. Okay, it has to be some sort of a transformation of the value. It has to be. So I think maybe we set the X to 0 on this, and we set the position to that first, and then we'll say, we'll do an else here. Can we do the, because I want to treat this as a rect transform. So that's what it is. And let's do the anchored position or the X. Can we just set that? Can we get away with that? Are we allowed to do that? No. Can we set anchored position? Yes. So then it would be a new vector 2. Let's do this. And then we'll do rect anchored position equals new the Y value, which we'll have to also adjust for this. And then our X, which is going to be the modified width. I think that will actually work. And let's go back to the minus 200. We'll try that. And hope for the best. See if that maybe works. Am I weird for feeling like I'm starting to understand regexes a bit? Maybe, I don't know. Regex is a very strange thing, so it's hard to say. I imagine it might be one of those kinds of tools that you do have to use it quite a bit, but then once you do it a certain concentration, it actually starts to absorb. I imagine all things can be absorbed, even something wild like regex.
I remind you about this a lot already, but please
No, it's still
drink
just
some
going
water.
way off. Why is it doing
Blah
that?
blah blah drink.
Blah 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 to yourself, sir. I will drink some water though. It's a good idea.
Don't ignore me.
I'm not. I'm
Drink
going.
water now.
I'm drinking the water now.
I
I'm
don't
drinking it
believe
now.
you.
I'm doing it.
Water. I don't believe you.
Okay, I'm
Water.
sorry. I'm sorry. I already did.
Actually, I
Hi.
believe you. How sorry.
I'm sorry enough that you'll stop. Regexes are a monster, but I've used them lately quite a bunch. Ooh, let me have some tea, actually. That's what I need to do. I need to remember to have this. Let me pour myself some more here, too. Used them lately quite a bunch. Regex 101? Yeah, Regex 101 is great. Any Regex visualizer is great. Oops. Splashed a little bit. That's okay, that'll be fine. Blends right in. All right, I'll have another sip here. This is saving my voice after drinking the cold water.
I don't believe you.
I missed having green tea. Okay. Now I keep using regex replace in VS Code almost instinctively. Well, hey, good. You know, that's awesome. I'm glad you've gained genuine understanding to the degree that now you get to just utilize it. So position X is set to 1. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wrong thing. There we go. Yeah, negative 1300. Mm-hmm. That makes sense, because, like, I subtracted from the screen's width, which is a positive number, so naturally it should be a larger number. That's how that works. Screen width should have been... angle. Let's do this. Screen width. Angle. This. Modified width. This. Okay, now try and tell me that this is a negative number. Go ahead, Unity. I dare you. Try and tell me. Screen width 1920. Angle 27. Modified width 760. If I look to the side, it still says 760. Hey, wait, it's working now. Oh, well, would you look at that? It's working now for that side. So now all of a sudden it seems to be working for that side. Modified width. So the anchored position, maybe I forgot to save. Maybe I did. That'd be perfect if I did. And then all we have to do is set this to be multiplied by...
Wow, big surprise.
Angle
You forgot.
greater than 0, -1. Or no, I think it'd be angle greater than 0 is going to be 1, and then otherwise -1. We'll see. Let's try again. Let's try again. Maybe it actually works. Maybe I just needed to use anchored position very specifically. I could also, like, maybe just seal the values of the anchor positions. That may be another way, or to clamp the values. So then if I just turn away... No, definitely isn't. No.
Fine.
Definitely is not. Modified width -1. -1. What did I do? Oh. There we go. It thought the way the interpretation of this expression was going, it thought it was -1 or the entire side of this, which is very interesting. So by adding the parentheses around this, we should be fine. Should be fine now. I love ternary operators. I just have to actually pay attention when I use them. Okay, so hopefully this time, because pretty soon I'm going to definitely switch tasks and come back to this later. Okay, it's working when we're looking really far away from it. It is working. It is working, and it's just inverted. I think it works. I think when I threatened that I would work on something else, it was like my subconscious being like, no, you're going to work on something else because you fixed it. That's what it was. It wasn't a threat to give up at all. It was just confusion. Okay, this time for real, perfect functionality. Let's go. We turn away. Nope, it's off screen already. Oh no, there we go. Okay, there we go. Hey, there we go. It's working. It's working. We're totally good. It's working. Okay, so now we just need to do the vertical as well. Although it's weird that it's down at the bottom of the screen there. So I think ultimately we're going to have to just detect the direction from the player's front and determine it that way. So like,
Hi chat, it's me, the totally real Sartolix. I could say something clever here about subscribing for ad-free viewing, but as long as you're not refreshing the stream, there should be no ads at all. Sato switched those ads off faster
It's
than
true,
I
I
could say
did.
pneumonultra microscopic silicov ocanoconiosis.
mm-hmm.
Hell, he did it faster than I could say lon fair pull gwingle guggerich weir and double lentil guguk. Yeah, that fast.
That fast. That's how fast I did it. It's true. That's very true. It's a true story. That's how fast I switched off the ads. So I'm gonna think this through. When our player is standing somewhere, player's standing here, in front of them, they have their like little origin, their viewpoint origin. So what I could do is just calculate the distance from, or the line to that, and then say like we're hitting the view plane, so it should be there. But I think that's all just absolutely unnecessary. We've nearly got it. I just need to make sure that the vertical of it is constrained, and I'm just getting a slightly odd result from looking directly down and away from it. And I think that's mostly because we're probably getting a weird screen point from this in the first place, because it's not going to be able to get a screen point on something that's behind us, so it probably completely breaks the vertical aspect of it. So I may need to do something different. But either way, we're nearly there. Because we can turn away, and as long as we're facing like the exact opposite direction of it, it is in the center of the screen, which I guess is how that would work in general. So let's just
An hour in
clamp
and still
the
wrestling with
vertical.
awareness indicators. At this rate, he might accidentally invent a new form of screen edge physics or just declare the center as sacred ground. Either way, I'm here for the show, popcorn ready.
Yeah, me too, son. I'm here for the show. So if we were gonna do a height as well, then we have to do the same exact thing to the anchored position, assuming when it's not visible, we need to clamp the value. I'm starting to think that it'd be easier to just clamp the indicator's values and do nothing else. Like what would happen? What would happen, out of curiosity, if, just for a moment, let's do an experiment here. Let's say, let's space goes to cam x equals mathf clamp. Let's get the bar half width. And the height. So what if we just clamped the values to those? So what if we just do this for each of them? And then make sure these are the anchored positions at the end of it. I think that would work. Maybe, but I have no idea. But we'll try it anyways. We'll see what happens. What's the worst that can happen? Nothing? Pretty much. That's pretty much the worst thing that can happen is nothing happens. So height instead of width. And then we're just going to set it to, I think it's just going to be the anchored position. So it's going to be rect. So which we'll need to grab from here. And then set the anchored position to be the world space. Pose to cam. And we'll see what that does. It's probably not going to look very good, but maybe it'll work perfectly and then I'll laugh. And I'll need to apply the offset as well. But if it keeps it on the edges of the screen, that'll already be hilariously better than what I had. Okay. I mean, it is keeping it at an edge of the screen. It's totally wrong as far as the position goes the rest of the time. If we are looking away from it, it does keep it at the edge of the screen. It does keep it at the edge of the screen. Okay. Let's see what maybe this looks like. Oh, let's see. I think I got a text from my partner. I did. Oh, man. Another great day for her. It's amazing how shitty people can be about food for no reason. Okay, there we go. Boom. Okay, so it should stay in front of us now. Everything's good. We look away. It's staying at the edges of the screen. That does work, actually, funny enough. It's just got the wrong positions horizontally. So then if we basically say that it can't be in the center, we could say that maybe it would be the x value being less than 0. We just automatically do the minimum. I think the thing is, I need to find a better way to calculate the position in general instead of using this world to screen point stuff. I think this is kind of hindering my ability to just get a clean mapping of the point. But either way, it's pretty close now. So let's just, for the sake of moving forward a little bit, let's go ahead and add a 200 offset to both of these and just see how it looks for now. And I'll move on from this task and come back to it. Because I think if I give this a little bit of time to cook in my brain, I will come up with a better solution later. So everything's fine. We look at it, we look away. And yeah, it's just gone. It's in the center of the screen now. Awful. Okay, not good at all. What about not using the anchored position? Let's try just using local position. Let's explore all these and make sure. Okay. Yep, that's fine. That's I think it should be minus, right? It should be minus 200. That's what I'm doing wrong. Minus 200F. And let's keep this as the anchored position. There we go. And then I think I will move to a different task, no matter how good or bad the result of this is. Because I've got plenty of other things that I can do. We are killing NPCs when we hit them, so that's good. But yeah, I'll probably try and work on the decals a little bit and see how that goes. Because that's something I've never messed around with, and I would like to do that today. I was hoping to get to the NPC stuff as well. So maybe I can just work on that. Okay, we turn away, and for some reason it's on the right side. But it does work. That's the funny thing, is it does work. I think maybe I just need to invert the position at some points using the angle. But either way, it's that world to screen point that's just a problem. So I wonder if there's any way, because basically like the ideal of this would be to, if we had our player, they're looking this way, right? Their view cone is like this, or whatever. We have our camera that is over here. Like it would be nice if we could just get the direction towards the player and then just cast the object until we're in front of it and just put it off to that side. But I'm failing to find the logic for it, so I just won't worry about it today. And I'll do other things that are more worthy of the time. So I wanted to get all of my radiant awareness stuff working today. Especially the info spreading state. I want an NPC to be able to, instead of just walking by other NPCs and searching, I want them to actively be able to like seek other ones out in their group and go tell them something. So that's something that I would like to do. And then otherwise syncing their awareness. So I was messing with this stuff, I think last week, maybe a little bit the week before, but definitely last week. And I can show it really quickly. So I've made a system that lets me kind of relay information based off of proximity. So if we go to info relay over here, it's a really simplified example, but it gets the point across. So we have the perception system here. So the basic way it works is, you know, we're casting a view angle essentially, and then we are also sampling a spherical space. So let's see. I'm trying to see if I can get it to show. Recast origin. Either way, it should be fine. But as we move over to things, my gizmos aren't showing. Oh, I probably hid them. What's the dang component called? It is perception. It's gonna be something perception. Receiver. I'm missing some of my gizmos, I think. Just do this. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Oops, I think I just switched everything off on accident. I did. Boom. Hit that again. Wait a second for everything to load. There we go. Okay, so the blue space is the space that I'm sampling at a tick rate to see if things show up. And then the blue frame is the cone of vision that the entity has. So if we do this, should be able to walk up to them and see them. Interesting. The perceiver's not seeing them. What layer are they on? Player, tagged as player. Layer mask everything, tag mask nothing. Let's just set it to player, to be sure. Interesting that this isn't working. I can show a simpler example. So over here, at least, made regex turn 3-line C# document summaries to one-liners with this pattern matcher. Jeez. Very nice. That's wild. Good work. That is a wild regex sequence. Holy man. You are indeed speaking the regex language. Okay, so I can show a better example here. So this object over here has a logging event switched on, I believe. Let me double check which one does. Selected only. Which one of you has the logging? How much stuff did I change? There we go. Okay, so this one is set to log its events, right? So each of these contains a randomly generated number at start. When we bump this character into this one, or it would theoretically be a character, it does nothing because my test is broken. Why is this not working? Okay, well, what it's supposed to do is enter proximity and exchange information. What looks to be happening, we're not detecting proximity correctly. So I went from one dumpster fire to another, is how you can interpret this. So yeah, they get informed of new numbers. Then we're not detecting each other right now. What have I done? What did I change in the perceivers? Okay, well, I guess I've got to fix that if I want to work on this at all. Wonderful. Reception relay. What did I change? Soon I'll change my tokenizer to use regex for sending tokens instead of a classical character traversal. Huh. Not really. I like it that way. Well, you know, do what suits and what you have fun with. This is the way. Find that optimal workflow. Info collector baseline, which should be detecting proximity enter from the proximity detector. Layer mask everything. Let's get rid of your layer tag. No tag on you, no tag on you, none on you. They're all set to the layer mask of everything. So then what is happening in this? Game object equals game object, or is child of transform root? Are they all part of the same root object? They are. Yeah, that's awful. That's awful. So the transform root bit cannot be that way. Child of transform parent can't even be that way. It's got to just be if enter transform is this or is a child of our transform. It has to be that way. And I'll have to just figure out a different place to put the, maybe I can have a parent parent override. Yeah, what's up, Max? Welcome. Yo, gang, what up? Not much, dude. How you doing? Hope your day has treated you absolutely fantastic today. Is child of, and then this here can be the parent override or the transform root. So that way we can set it. And then that solves the problem without doing anything too complicated. And we can just set the parent to be their own object. Doing fairly good. How about you? I'm doing very well, actually. It's been a super chill day today. I kind of got stuck on a problem, but I managed to get it far enough that I was content enough to move past it. So I think I spent about an hour on the same task, so no good. No bueno for that. But either way, moving forward positively. I said a boy in chat. Yeah, what's up, Frosty? Welcome. Hope Canada's staying nice and frosty for you. Hope you're doing good. Let me see here. Hold on. Give me just a second. My partner texted me.
You know, the likelihood of you drinking water is directly proportional to the amount of times I remind you to do so.
True.
My
I'll
brother
drink
Christ,
some water.
I don't believe you. Look, I'm not going to ask you again. Drink some water. Drink.
Give me a second. Okay, give me a second. You are really harassing me.
Yet?
Give me a second.
Father, press Control and S immediately.
Sorry, I'm just responding to a text.
Blah, blah, drink.
I'm sorry.
How sorry?
Relatively.
Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
I didn't drink it yet because I was responding to a text. My apologies. I will do... I'm sorry. I will do the things now. Friend is requesting my time, so I'm a bounce. Nice catching up. Well, take care of yourself, Night Switch. Thank you for swinging through. Thank you for hanging out.
Posture check.
Take care of your
Sit
damn
up and
self.
stretch.
Enjoy time with your partner. Man runs a tight ship. He does. -40 lately. Burr. Is that in Celsius? Holy hell. That's chilly. That's some chilly times right there. And I'm glad you're doing fairly good, Max. Thank you for asking how I'm doing. I appreciate it. Till next time, we'll see you around, Night Switch. Thank you again for swinging through. At -40, it's the same. Yeah, it's all the same at that point. It's all cold as hell. That's all that matters. It's cold as hell. Okay, so now we should just be able to set them to have a parent override, which is going to be this. Boom. So now these guys should work in this scene. And that explains why the other ones didn't work as well. So we move this guy to this one. They get informed of an event. So you can see now they've been informed of a new number in the logs here. So now they've traded information. So this carrier now has event IDs for 2 separate events. And when these two get close together, they'll communicate to each other. And now this one will get notified of only 1 more event, but this one gets notified of 2. And I can show it this way to prove that. So we can move this guy over here, notify them. They were informed of new numbers. Then I can turn this one's logging is off, so it shouldn't have done it in the first place. Shouldn't have logged that, but oh well. We move this over here. And then you can see C got notified of 2 new numbers here. And C is this one here, the one we just moved closest to. So through this system, we transmit events. And then the same applies over here in the perception system side, where we can move toward a target, but I need to fix these as well to also have their parent override properly set. It's gotten warmer again here. Oh, yeehaw. Parent override set to this. Set to this. And then this one's just a perceivable object. And now when we move close, yeah, now you can see they get a circle around them because they're detected. Even on the editor side, this works, which is part of the fun of having this set up. So then we can see this guy, they get alerted to it, and then we can bring it over here. And the goal is to make it so when this relaying of information occurs, this one would turn red. But I've been having little tricky issues getting this to work. I think I did have it working at the end of the session, and then I had worked on some stuff as far as making the behavior graphs perform a basic like resuscitation, which I think we can show. Let me see if I can actually, if that is still working. Let's go to remake 2. Big fan of the cold, but we just got the depressing colorlessness without the icy cold nor the snow. Oh, damn. I don't know if I mentioned it already, but my ticket arrived. I don't think you did. Well, congrats, Max. The ticket is in your possession. And the most exciting delivery-oriented thing I've got going on is my glasses are going to be shipped soon. They're done manufacturing, at least. Ticket arrived. Instantly framed it. Hell yeah. Nice. Hell yeah. Okay, so let's try and get the NPCs to alert to me here. So we should be able to bring this corpse over to this character here and throw the body at them, and they should be able to detect it. Here, excuse, take this. You see the guy? You see me? You can see me. That's fine. I think they don't alert to the player, though. They only alert to bodies. So we should see this one and then alert, maybe. Or I broke it by making them alert to me. Do you know when they will arrive? The only info I have currently is somewhere in the next 5 days. Where it said the delivery time is like 5 to 10 days. I ordered a couple days ago and they only just said they got manufactured. So I imagine the delivery time might be separate from the manufacturing, and they'll probably be like middle of the week. So I'll probably, hopefully, have them before my next week of streams, or my next weekend of streams, I should say. So unfortunately, they move too fast. I can't throw the body, really. Okay, well. So let's go back to that testing scene. I think it'll be easier to kind of do things over there a little bit. Testing scene. Oh, that's right. That's not even a real thing. Mechanics test. It's from like such an ancient bookmark, but I still have it because it's for Death for Growth. Oh, but hey, 5 days are better than as an answer. That's very true. Yeah, it's very, very true. So I'm eagerly looking forward to it. I wake up every day and I'm just excited that I'm getting glasses soon, and that I got to get casual glasses. I'm extremely stoked about that. It's nice to actually be able to do something for casual for a change. Let's see. So then into info relay. So this is currently a perceivable. And I think that was working because we can get them to detect the object. So this is good for perception sharing by itself. And then I just need to make sure that they're actually transmitting the information. This guy should turn red. Perception received. I've been informed of a perceived object. So are we ending up seeing that? Glasses, how bad, if it's okay to ask? I'm not severely like I don't have severe issues with my vision.
NPCs still don't
I don't
know they
know
are supposed to be aware.
how to like
At this
articulate
rate,
it.
they'll be
I just
spreading
have
knowledge slower than a
astigmatism
dial-up
that's
modem on a bad
kind
day.
of bad.
Keep it up, Seto. Maybe by next week they'll remember their own names.
I feel like I shouldn't give my prescription information. So, but yeah, I just have astigmatism in both eyes, but one eye is worse. And did he tell me to? Oh, he's harassing me about the NPCs. That's fine. That's fine. So this character detects object. Saw something worth registering. Did it say got informed of a new object? Saw something worth registering. Object perceived. Add existing by ID. Okay, so then it should do that. So it should have the information. But it didn't actually get informed about it. Didn't see anything worth registering. Let me make sure this actually does what I think it does. Uninformed invoke. Try add without invoke. If we fail to invoke, then we do known IDs. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. It's information that means nothing to everyone else. But yeah, personally, still astigmatism. See some halos and bursts. Yes, yes. So I have I get many points, many pointed stars in any light source brightness contrast scenario. It's not good times. And then I'm nearsighted technically. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, super fun. Super fun. So nighttime has always been a blast. But for once I'm getting glasses that have like glare protection and stuff like that. So Hexic was pointing out yesterday that he noticed that like lights at night weren't nearly as bad with the proper coatings. So my hope is that will help me at night too. So we should be informing correctly. Yo, Frosty!
Welcome
with
back,
the 21st month.
21
Thank you for the
months
prime
strong,
gaming.
Impressive stamina. Keep that streak, Frosty.
Thank you, Frosty. Thank you very much. Thank you for the 21st month. That's almost 2 years of supporting this stream. Thank you. Reception relay. So I still have a box collider. Oh, you know what? Maybe that's the issue. Oh, I know. They need this for being visible, I think. Oh, and for being detected. So, Raycast Origin. I feel old now. Oh no.
Manishigame Dev raid incoming.
Yo, what's up, Manisha
Repeat,
Game Dev? Welcome
Manishigame
in.
Dev raid incoming.
My son butchered your name, but that's okay. Welcome in, Manisha Game Dev. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for deciding to join us over here today. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Thank you for choosing to raid. What were you up to today, Manisha? I don't believe I believe we're certainly not acquainted with each other, because I've only just now followed you. But I hope you had a great time. And of course, if you have things to do, do take care of what you got to take care of. I know how it goes. But if you have a sec, I would love to know what you were up to today. Game deving? What are you working on? Yeah. Welcome, Raiders, indeed. Zemet said I had nearsightedness and like 180-degree astigmatism or something. Whoa. It was bad, especially at night. Any light source gave ghosts, halos, and bursts. Jeez. Took a LASIK, went from negative 7.5 to 0 is wild. Oh my god. Yeah, that's literally like getting new eyeballs. I usually do Unity dev streams, but I was showcasing our community's games today. Yeah, that's awesome. Well, I hope everybody had a blast. That's super cool of you to do that. Hope everybody had a wonderful time. Well, I'm just working on some mechanics for a stealth action game, specifically for trying to make NPCs aware of objects that they can tell other NPCs about. That's what I'm working on today. I was stuck on some basic UI stuff, but thankfully I've evaded the UI work for now. But yeah, in general, I'm usually doing Unity stuff as well, or working on my bot or my overlay and stuff like that, because I like building things. Anything with Unity or C#, all over it. It's awesome. Bet y'all had fun. I bet too. Let's see. Trying to find new values. Collection that has 1 entries. Why is there a hype
Welcome
train?
to today's broadcast. I'm your handsome and
Why is
gracious
there a
host,
train?
Fake Say What Olix. And if you like the stream, stick around because you won't get hit in the head by the anvil that is Twitch's advertisement selections.
True.
And if you do enjoy the stream, we also have several means to support it. Just hanging out is a redacted gift, though. Seriously, you're literally watching the next big star of Twitch in his pre-pop-off stages.
Pre-pop-off. It's just pre-pop-off. So it looks like we are sharing the information. I was just informed of event ID 27, so they are getting informed of it. Gotta run though. Have a wonderful stream. Well, thank you very much, Manisha. Please do take care of yourself. Have yourself a wonderful rest of your day. Thanks for choosing to raid over here. Always a huge compliment when someone new decides to swing by. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Proximity enter. It's been informed of a new perceivable outside of my collection, adding to cache. Detected objects contains informed perceived. I think we're supposed to maybe react to that in form of perceived. I think maybe we are supposed to. But I think I'm trying to orchestrate that from outside of here. I think I'm trying to orchestrate it from the relay itself, which means, did I actually set up the event? So all I'm doing is perception received. Yeah, you know, maybe it should do alert in form of perceived. You know what? Maybe perceived state equals alerted. You know what? I'm going to do a switch for this. We're going to do a switch for this. Did manage to have my little tour over to the dealership today, and I got to say it was great. Well, I'm glad it went well. Cash money is important, and you need to have a cash for it. Then it's instead cash money. No, you might be right. You might be right about this. You may need to store the money differently. Informed of a new perceivable. Okay, so then if it is neutral, we do nothing, basically. But I think maybe I'll call these events anyways. On neutral. Well, no, because I don't necessarily want to do that, because then... oh, that's right. So that was the issue of this. So the issue of this is that I'm not orchestrating these effects right now. I'm just saying, hey, when you detect something, do this one action only. And there's no context for that occurring. So the perception relay has the opportunity to actually say, oh, okay, well, if you are detecting something, then don't necessarily alert to this. But if you're not alerting to something, then you should move to this. So I think maybe the only time we care about this is if we don't have a current target. If we have no current target, what target, what do I have? What am I keeping track of here? Focused object. If focused object is null, then we can do a switch on these things, and then we'll actually respond to it. And this will at least work in the case of if they're chasing the player, they're not going to care about a body that they see on the ground, but they will register it to their information data, like the information data, their knowledge. They're currently alerted to event IDs. Like 40-ish people attending. Nice. Say about 100 or so cars outside. Jeez. To look back after a game jam where we see what people have done, it's almost, in my opinion, the funnest part of a game jam. So having some community time, ooh. I'm kind of weird that way. I like the process of game jams themselves, and then once they're done, I kind of just want to move on. Talked about what the service workers got to say. If they do even have great a job as they look to be, I guess I will have to do a round trip a lot more often. Well, good. The gas dealership sounds like it if there were that many vehicles, Max. Working on enemy behavior. Yes, indeed. Yep, doing a little bit of that. At least trying to make sure that they can share information in a way that makes sense. So only in the case that we have no other information will we do our on neutral invoke with our perceived. On alert and on detect. Okay, let's see what that does. That should cause them to light up once they pass the information over, which is what the goal is here. What I worry about is that this perception system still may fail a little bit because they need to each create their own individual instance. And if they like share the same exact one, it may be a problem because they may count it down double the speed. No, it definitely worked. But are they stuck alerted now? They are. They're stuck alerted. So we need to do a little bit more. We have to like create a duplicate that they're actually aware of, and then cause them to respond to that for at least a single frame. So perception cache, perceived object equals this. Nearby objects and detected objects. And we're only iterating over detected objects, I think. Detected objects where nearby objects contains them. Yeah, so I should be able to add it to detected objects as well. Already contains a reference. Yeah, and I never do that. Okay, so we add this guy to it. And then that should cause them to count down. Action state is always fun with enemies. Using Unity's animation system as a state machine, or have you rolled your own state machine implementation? Unity has behavior graph now. So they have like a visual editor where you can write out your own node logic and it executes in a sequencer, basically. So it just wraps around this like scriptable object composed sequencer, basically, and you build blackboards that take in variables, and then all of that gets displayed on an entity as a behavior graph agent. So then all of these blackboard variables get just shown as properties that you can set. It's really cool. It's called the Unity behavior package. It's pretty neat. I've been using it for a decent little bit here. I'm still not super great with it, but it's very, very cool. When? How? I think over a year ago. I think it was with Unity 6. Like as Unity 6 rolled out, they rolled out Behavior Graph. Looks so good. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It has its pitfalls, as any Unity tool seems to, but it's pretty good. Okay, so then we notify you. Do you both count down now? No, see, you're still... Oh, there it goes. Okay, so they are sharing a reference. So that's the other problem here. And this is a problem with my perception system itself. If they're sharing an alert object, they both count down the same things, which means if 3 entities all had the same reference, it would count down 3 times as fast as a result, which would not be good. It would work in the sense that it makes you visible faster because they'll be like, he's right there, together as a group. But ultimately, I don't want them combining references like that. Let me have some tea here. Looks good for exactly that. Enemy behavior, NPC behavior in general. Yeah, it's wonderful. It's definitely special made specifically for NPC behaviors as well. It's definitely, that's the intention of it. Because it's like a specialized, it feels like a specialized version of the visual programming system. Let's see, Max said. An ad of sorts. Local dealership didn't offer it. Third person asking for this since they started the promotion. They would need to ask their manager first, which sadly wasn't available today. Damn. Gotcha, Max. Gotcha. Well, either way, you know, at least you found a place that might be better to go to.
Hello there.
And hello to you. Hello to you. So it does count down. Detected and in view cache. So then what's happening is detected objects where perception cache, try get value. So we don't want to add the same one. We want to add a new one. We want to duplicate this object. So I need to do received object. We need a clone for this. Oops. New, oh, let's see. I can do this, return ret, and then it can infer it, I think, maybe? Nope, it has to be when we're returning it directly. Return new, like that. Yeah, all of these just get set off of it. And then the state of it. Okay, so then we've effectively made a clone of it at the current awareness level. So that way they can reliably pass on how certain they are to another entity. So then here we add perceived clone. And hello, Cubics. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing delightfully. And then this should cause them to count down at the same exact time, but not double the speed.
Sip.
Water.
Now.
Okay, just a second. Let me test this first.
My brother
And now
and
they
I
should
drink
count down
water.
together. Should both turn yellow. Should both turn green. Okay, cool. That works. Awesome. All right,
Bro,
so now we can
seriously, come on, drink
reliably
water.
give them a new copy of the same information for their own referencing.
Drink.
That may cause issues,
Drink.
but I think it'll be okay.
Are you drinking yet?
I will drink some water.
Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
Another 20 errors just became a small refactor. Oh no! Oh no! Just activated your Google Assistant? Hell yeah, that's my powers. That's just my capacities. So I'm okay, just had dinner. Well, I hope dinner was good. Cooked some pineapple chicken. I messed up some parts, so it was only okay. At least I know how not to cook it. Yeah, there you go. Now you know how not to cook it. You'll do it better next time. And either way, it was still edible, so that's good. Bum, bum, bum. Gotta run, have a good stream. Yo, thank you for hanging out, Frosty. Going to see Return to Silent Hill tonight at the theater. Ooh, well, I hope you enjoy it. I hope you catch a fright or two, if that is what you desire. And thank you again for hanging out, Frosty. Please do take care. Still have 3 or 4 days of that left. Oh, do you make food in batches? Honestly, when I make dinner, we tend to just eat everything. But I usually make smaller amounts of food. Okay, yeah, so once they're alerted, then they pass the information over. And that works. Made a mildly big batch. Gotcha, okay. Okay, so now that we have the information relaying working reliably, we need to make it work for the corpses. Batching is really great because I only have to do big cooking every once in a while. Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a valid strategy. Most days I just need to cook some rice. Yeah. And rice is always awesome to be cooking. I love the smell of jasmine rice. Yeah, rice, because rice is like the only thing you couldn't safely store, probably. How's it been going, man? Mission going well? So far, so good. I've got information relaying working for sighted objects a little bit better, and I need to just make sure that we can actually do something with it and see how that goes. So I would say yes, mission is going well. And welcome back. Otterly said, I think the real reason I want you to start streaming on YouTube is because I want to hear your stream without music. Nothing to do with your taste. Interesting. So, I mean, I suppose that is something that I could experiment with, like doing a YouTube stream where I have no music. I don't see why I wouldn't also have music on YouTube, though. Because I'm licensed to use this music. But I appreciate your feedback, Otterly. Been eating a ton of rice recently. Should probably get a rice cooker. It's so worth it. It's so worth it. Oh yeah, I guess you could freeze it. That's true. Ever since last Thursday, my mates and I went to our coffee machine, got what they call crappy coffee instead of my usual tea. I've been craving that. Wasn't even good coffee. It was an unsweetened latte. It was a rather cheap milk powder. Just one more. Yeah, just one more coffee. Yep. Wasn't even objectively good coffee. It was fatty and bitter as heck. Like I said, unsweetened, but still. Huh. Fatty part was because of the aforementioned cheap milk powder. Gotcha. I figured as much. Going to a concert tomorrow. Ooh, nice, Cubics. Well, congrats on that. Hell yeah. Hope you have a blast. Poggies indeed. Okay, so what should happen now, well, what I would like to have happen is this innocent NPC should be able to alert the others about its visibly observed corpse. Let's see, so the perceiver is up here. click again. There we go. Perception relay object perceived. Perceiver set high alert. Gotta make sure you get that cooled and into the freezer within an hour of cooking, or you get that mad bacteria that'll nerf you. That's true, yeah. It's rare that you get to hear Mahler in person. Well, hey, I'm glad you get to. Come back to this once my cravings have been fulfilled by nothing more than a free, cheap cuppa. Set high alert is fine. Alert event relay. Object variable name. Aha, yeah, so we're not passing anything over to it currently. Alert event relay. Extract location, extract object. Am I even using this? Is this just something that's here? I had to go buy some new clothes because I have literally nothing to wear. Oh no! Well, hopefully you've been able to remedy that. I also don't have a ton of different clothes to wear, but I'm pretty minimalistic that way. Corpse setter. I think I have a corpse detector, right? Yeah, corpse awareness. There we go. So we have corpse awareness. Corpse setter set value. Behavior graph agent enabled is false. Why am I setting that to false? I guess it's because I would be setting it to true in the end.
Fighting annelids. Calling me an NPC is cute but wildly off base. I'm more aware than
wildly
most
off
here
base
and don't hand out knowledge like candy. Try earning it. Keep up if you want to play at this level.
Doesn't spread any knowledge at all. You might be right. You might be right, fighting annelids. Well, welcome in. Also managed to get some clothes in your size. Well, good stuff, Cubics. I'm glad you were able to. So rare? Hell yeah. Well, glad everything worked out for you. Coffee is dangerous. I think if you have good self-control and willpower, then you can use it, but it's insidious. It really, truly is. Been a tea drinker all my life until I started drinking coffee at work last year. Just one in the morning. After a couple of weeks, got to the weekend on Sunday, and I'm like, where's my goddamn fucking coffee? Yeah, I'm actually experiencing a very, very, very slight headache from not having coffee this morning because I was trying to just hope that the green tea was going to be enough, but the green tea apparently was not enough. What it do, folks? Yo, what up, Norg? How you doing, man? Welcome in, Mr. Norg Mang. Hello, hello. Just doing some game dev, although it's not going perfectly right now. It's not going bad. Why are you focused object none? We're just not seeing it now. Just sip a monster? No, no. That's not better. I'll train myself to not drink sweetened tea or coffee. Yeah, it's better if you can just enjoy it for what it is without any extra sugar. I agree with this. Like the green tea I'm drinking, I didn't add any sugar or honey to it. It's just straight up tea. Gotta dial it back and practice restraint. Check the reins. That's 100% it. Okay, so they can detect a body. That part does work. Gonna go play a game. Thank you for the lurkage, Cubics. Enjoy your gaming. Should call alert, should call on detect. Okay, saw something worth registering. All right, so they have detected a body, but they won't do anything about it because their behavior graph agent isn't active, I think. They won't do anything about it. So let me alert the camera here. So now these guys should come over. And as long as we keep our NPC bro in the way, hopefully they should alert differently? No, they didn't care. This is going to be a tricky thing to design in. I think what I'll probably have to do is like come up with really specific contexts by which I want them to react, and then build out the behavior graph tree based off of what events they actually perceive. Because I think right now having a singular target might not work very well, and I maybe need to do some sort of iteration over all the things they're aware of and determine importance or something like that. Would you all consider a visual novel a game? If it's made in a game engine, yeah, I mean, I would say so. I think visual novels are definitely games. They're definitely not as, like, in some cases, interactive as other game experiences, but I think they're definitely qualifiable as a game. Especially if you make any decisions. I think that would be the line for it. If you make any decisions, it's a game. If you're just reading and that's it, it's not. It's just a visual novel at that point, like an actual, like visual like graphically enhanced reading experience, I guess. Aspartame, common sweetener in Coke and fizzy juice, etc. It's made from E. coli bacteria excrement. Yeah, there's all sorts of fancy stuff like that. Engineered bacteria can do a lot of stuff. Since we're sharing what goes into our mouths, I'm about to heat some cornbread in the oven. Ooh, nice, fighting annelids. Hell yeah. I hope you enjoy that cornbread. A lot of organic compounds nowadays are made by genetically modified E. coli. Yes, indeed. Yeah, take care of yourself, Cubics. Enjoy your gaming. Actually have class and afford real sugar in the office. The sugar is, but the milk ain't. I see. Nice psychological handbrake to help start taking steps to avoid it. Yeah, definitely. Any little bits of information like that can be really helpful.
45 minutes in and NPCs still haven't started gossiping.
They kind of do.
They'll have radiant awareness by the time the sun burns out.
They kind of do.
Maybe remind Seto that NPCs aren't just background wallpaper, unless he's aiming for a very quiet game world.
So, it's just that I need a very specific dynamic for this, and I've been trying to think it through. So we do have it set up so when they detect a body, they will just run over and resuscitate it. That part does work. But what I need, like, what does this guy do right now? I think his graph just goes and calls for help if he sees a body. They don't do anything? Not doing anything. Oh, I think I switched their behavior graph back off. Perception. Yeah, I'm turning it off. Or setter value. This should be probably set to true. Can't I enjoy my Coke Zero? Can't it be the only slightly sweet beverage I at least modestly enjoy? No, you can't enjoy anything. Enjoying anything in life is forbidden. Everything sucks all the time. It's the only way. I think that's the whole point, is you're definitely supposed to be allowed to enjoy the little things. You know, just within moderation, of course. No! No! Okay. Train myself to drink liters of water every day instead. Honestly, great tactic. Craving for Coke or earn brew, water, half a liter. Shut up, stomach. I mean, it works. Yeah, that's the only drawback, is you're frequently having to get rid of old water. So they see the body.
I don't believe you.
Should call on alert. Yeah, I think the only thing I'm not liking about my perception system, and it may be something that I'm going to have to do a little bit more thinking for, is that it's kind of singular. It doesn't work very well for multiple concerns. So I may need to think about that a little tiny bit more. Were we talking about coffee? Yes, coffee and caffeine, but specifically coffee, yeah. I have a weird relationship with coffee and caffeine. Used to be super addicted, managed to overdose caffeine pills enough to get sent to a hospital, but these days I either drink 7 cups of coffee per day or none at all. Huh. Interesting. Oh, that's pronounced Iron Brew. Gotcha, killed it. Gotcha. That's how you got off of regular cola and eating. Eating eventually turned into actual tactical starving. Yeah, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, Max. It's none of my business. Like, I can't tell you how to live, but that's something you gotta have a good relationship with your food. Take whatever steps you can. Absolutely. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to think through what I want to do with this. Because the guards are good for searching, but the behavior graph looked like it wasn't working earlier. Getting like a ton of null refs as well. But I need to make sure that I have a clean workflow for them being notified of something and not losing initial target. I think the initial setup will work, but let's try. I'm gonna move this guy over here where it's in camera range. It should get spotted by the camera. Does it need to be closer? Probably needs to be closer. Put him right there. Get seen by the camera. Looks like no. Looks like it doesn't have the range for it. It's like just outside of range. That's so funny. Let's increase that a little bit more. Security cameras can get a little bit more range. I forget to brew the coffee and even drink it when I brew it. Sometimes it's weeks I go without coffee without realizing, but then I remember again. It's easily back to 6 to 7 a day. Jeez. So I'd say not addicted anymore. Also, I don't get any no coffee headaches, as some people report. Yeah, I get those. I get those. I have like the faintest of one of them right now, but I think I got just enough caffeine from the green tea that I'm going to be all right.
Stop talking. It's me, the real fake Seto, who's fake for real.
For
Real Sahitulix is actually trash at being his own hype man.
True.
And that's what makes him so damn boring for me to listen to.
Damn.
I keep telling him, bro, seriously, you got to give big aura. You got to make people feel like they're watching the most important show of their lives. But he completely ignores my advice, so I'm going to show y'all and him an example of what real hype looks like. Him, woo, hype as redacted, stream y'all, woo. Smash that follow button to get on the bus to the top of Twitch. Whoa. Crush the subscription button on YouTube. Follow all this Poggers Champion content. Woo.
Whoa. I agree. I agree with that sentiment. Whoa. Here we go. Now the vibe is alive. It's vibrant in here. It's very vibrant. What is alerting? What is alerting right now?
RGB Productions game says money.
Money.
Utterly ruined says.
Thank you.
Woo hype is.
The classic
Hi,
whisper of
Baz.
cash. Subtlety is clearly not their strong suit, but hey, I'll take the bits and the drama.
Take the bits and the drama. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, RGP. Hi, Baz. Okay, so they can see the body and they didn't do anything about it. So I think that's because the corpse detection doesn't work. Maybe, possibly. So, oh man. I'm so ready for new glasses. I keep pushing out my glasses and my eyes are straining. I'm like, ugh, can't wait. Ever since I had the moment of like getting my prescription measured and all that stuff, and like I had the moment where I was reading letters at a great distance with no eye strain whatsoever, and my eyes remembered what it was like to see properly for a minute, and now I notice the eye strain more. It's like much easier to notice now. Global alerting system. So what should be happening? Do we have a corpse detector on here? Bum, bum, bum. Looks like no. So the perceiver, we're going to keep as it is. And then I think I need to add a corpse detector. Give it this perceiver, and then on corpse detected, we need to alert as well to the player alerting system. Let's see, type player alerting system. Player alert system? Oh, I think it changed it to global alert system, right? Global alert. Global alerting system. Of course. Of course. Global alerting system. Does or can Setobot use the Twitch chat pronouns API? He could for a while, but because the internet is the way that it is, he's trained on a bunch of problematic responses to pronoun inclusion. And it just kept happening. So I gave up on the pronouns inclusion in the GPT facing stuff because it seems like GPT cannot help but make inclusion of pronouns something of note and awkward. Wonderful. Yeah. Yeah. Really, really just great. Super great. I haven't tried with new versions of GPT, but I can't afford to run those models every day. So thanks, Reddit. Arigato, Twitter. Yeah, thank you very much, Twitter. Corpse detected. Okay, so we all have global alerting systems. Everybody has a global alerting system. You do, I do, everybody does. And that's what I need to notify. Global alerting system corpse detected. There we go. So we give it that. And then that camera should be able to actually detect the corpse and do something about it. Boop, it should alert. Should call on detect, but we didn't get any actual event. Corpse detected on the global alerting system. But what does that actually do right now? What does that actually do? Global object alert. Guard batches count is greater than 0. Activate. Set location from object. We should probably do that first. So that should function correctly. They should be then notified of where the body is. We all do. Yeah, every one of us. We all have global alerting systems inside of us. Best way I found to live a healthy life. Well, yeah, you just got to be careful, Max. Bum, bum, bum. Sorry, I missed that from earlier. But yeah, at least you found a way to tackle it safely. But yeah, intermittent fasting is an interesting thing. You got to be careful. I found my body definitely prefers just a small breakfast, a small lunch, and then a decent sized dinner. And usually that's fine. Or I'll completely skip lunch and just have like a small snack in the midday. That usually works. All people are different. Different things work for different people. Intermittent fasting is, in my opinion, good, but it's all about whether it works for you. Yep. It's very, very subjective with human bodies, especially. Okay, so it is detecting the body. We're getting tons of null references after that. Which is happening in the... Oh, in the mesh mover. Did it activate the NPCs? Why are we getting that null reference? Where's that happening? Is that happening on this NPC? It must be. Hold on, it's probably this guy. Deactivate that. Does it stop? Yes.
I remind you about this a lot already, but please, drink some water.
And yeah, it's going to have to be directly from the player's camera for the perceivable
Water.
thingies. Yes, water. Water. Yes.
Stop talking and drink. My brother in Christ, drink water.
I already did. I don't know what you're hearing. He's hearing
Actually,
voices.
I believe you.
Yo said it's getting late. I gotta hit the sack. Have a good one and see you tomorrow. Sounds like a plan, Max. Take care of yourself, dude. Have yourself a wonderful night. We will catch you later. For me, intermittent fasting isn't a thing I do. It's just how I eat. I never eat breakfast and rarely lunch, but I do at dinner time. I eat a second dinner before going to sleep. Yeah, I think a lot of people end up with like very interesting kind of asymmetric dietary schedules, especially because of like work-life balance and stuff like that. Just lunch with extra steps. Yeah, kind of. Thanks for the advice. Well, take care of yourself, Max. Another thing people say is to not eat a lot right before sleeping, but heck, for me it works. I sleep better. Yeah, I don't know. For me, sometimes I sleep worse. I think it just depends on what you eat, but I'm sure like people with lots of study on the matter are probably better to ask. Okay, so it detects them. The global alert system should go off. Does it not? Is it lacking? Is it lacking the knowledge? Global alerting system. Guard batch is 1. It's got the guards in it. Has those characters set. Object itself is active. Perceiver. Corpse detected. I'm being a stay awake for hours and before I even think about feeding myself. Interesting. Yeah, for me, it's turned into, I used to be like that, but now I need to eat in the first like hour or two that I'm awake. Yo, holy hell. Just Covino.
Repeat,
Welcome in.
Just
Thank
Covino
you
raid
for the raid. Just Covino. Welcome
Just
in.
Covino, 1 year of hanging
Just
with us.
Covino. Welcome
That's
in.
some serious loyalty.
Thank you so much for the
respect.
raid. Welcome in, everybody.
Thanks for sticking around and being part of this chaotic digital
And thank you for
circus.
following my stream
Here's to many more.
for such a long time.
Hey,
Thank you.
Samikins, 1 year of sticking around.
And thank you as well,
Impressive
Samikins.
stamina.
Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody.
Thanks for being part of the chaos here. You're officially less annoying than most.
But yeah, it's
Cheers
definitely
to
dependent
many
on your
more.
metabolism, Kilted. Absolutely. Let me say hello to everybody here and welcome in Just Covino. Of course, if you got to take care of business, please do. But thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. What were y'all up to today? What was happening over in the Covino stream? And welcome in Simron Zanav. Welcome in Sammykins. Welcome in Ika3D. And welcome in Just Covino. Welcome in everybody else who was lurking around. If you didn't already, follow Just Covino. Hang out there again sometime. And thank you for swinging through here in the first place. I'm Seto. I'm sort of Unity C# game dev guy. If you don't know, I'm working on which I would expect that you don't know. I'm working on a game called Locks and Larceny that's sort of a stealth action horror kind of experience that we're going for. And otherwise, I've worked on my overlay. I work on my bot. I like making stuff with C# if I can. Making our multiplayer CTF, capture the flag. Ooh, swinging game in space. Gonna test it out tomorrow. Yo, nice, Covino. Well, I hope it goes very, very well. And I hope you're excited. Well, that's awesome. How long have you been working on that project now? What's so bad back when trying to eat like I'm supposed to, forcing meals every 2 to 3 hours, etc. It was hell I'm trying to tell you, or hell I'm telling you. What's a vindicate when I realized intermittent fasting is a thing? There's nothing wrong with following my own eating patterns. Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely a lot of misconceptions as far as that goes. I'm to find all the bugs. I've been working on it for about 20 days so far. Nice. Well, hey, I hope that many bugs that you didn't expect are found, and the things that you did expect end up working instead. That's what I hope for you. Because it's always the bugs that we don't expect that we need help finding. Let's see. And yeah, right now I'm just working on NPCs kind of relaying information and sort of detecting corpses and telling each other about the corpses that they've seen, but I'm having some small issues just with even getting basic event relaying to work to activate my NPCs right now. That's what I'm fixing. Whoa! Why did they go flying? Bug hunters rejoice. Okay, so it's detecting Should call on alert. Should call on detect. I'm absolutely starving though. I'll be around. Well, hey, thank you again for the raid, Covino, and enjoy your food. Take care of yourself. Corpse detected. So, global object alert. Am I missing something from this? Guard badges count is greater than 0. So I'll just do corpse detected. We'll do this. Oh, I think I know what it is. Wait, I think I know what it is. I forgot to assign something. Unless it does it automatically. Skip curious. Nope, it does not. Okay, so I think the issue is I need to make sure that the perceiver forwards the on detect over to corpse awareness. On object detected. There we go. Okay, so now it should activate and that goes off. Nope, still nothing. Ooh, we get a null reference now. That's good. Null reference on perceiver, on detect, invoke. Says there's nothing. On detect, corpse awareness, on object detect. What could be null? Is it this? Is the corpses collection null? No, it can't be. I might have to do a debug for that. On object detected right here. Seen corpses contains. Oh, this is not initialized. Very great, very great, very super great. Let's add that. Okay. And then on corpse seen, we don't even do anything with that currently. But let's see. Let's see if it do be working now. If we can alt tab to Unity. If Unity will let me alt tab, I'll try a third time. Okay, we just gotta wait. There we go. Classic programmer humor. Corpse detector. Do you also have public enemy #1? Corpse awareness. Gotta love it. You gotta be aware of the corpses. Okay, there we go. They are activating. They're going to the body. The indicators are all messed up. So they are going to the body and then they're just kind of stuck. They should be able to revive them though. So I think maybe one of their sub behaviors isn't working either. Unless they're marked as dead. Oh, that's security camera. Let's click on this guy here. Tooltip flagged. Corpse marker, there it is. And it's set to alive, yeah, so it's not getting permanently marked as dead or anything like that. Oh god, please no. Build failed with 223 errors in 2.7 seconds. I'm so done with this refactor. I want to do some hex dump detectivizing, not this. Ew, I'm so sorry, Cement. This sounds like it's turned into quite a rabbit hole of an issue here. You will prevail, Cement. You will prevail. I'm pretty sorry. That sounds like a tough time. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so they are coming up. That part is working. Are your perceivers set up correctly? Do you know that you need to notify the corpse system? Corpse awareness, yes. So they are correctly doing it. And then they are toggling behavior graph agents. None of them looked at the body. Can we get you to just, how about you just rotate like that? I think they saw it. Perception relay variant 1. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Oh, they're trying to move to a location, but they don't have a room. Is the building not getting set? I mean, there's so many things in this that I'm not entirely confident is the best route. One of the things is the way I inform NPCs of information. Yeah, they don't even have the marked area container. They didn't get it. That's supposed to get given to them by the notification system. It's kind of a pain. I guess I can just set it manually. It'll probably be easier if I just set it manually, honestly. So marked area container, we only got the one. Set it to that. Does that fix them? So they run on up. It would help if I could, with the right thing, there we go. Please, one of them actually see a body. Oh, I think that one almost did, but nope. And then they're just stuck. So they're not even doing their next actions, which they are supposed to do. Perception relay. Let's turn them this way. Can you see the body? Yes, there you go. Detected. Okay. They should resurrect them. Oop, there we go. They're gone. They're gone. Oh no, they were standing in the same location in space. Okay, cool. So they can revive them. That's all good, but it just kind of like it's flat. It's the behavior for all of this is very flat and kind of not dynamic and very, 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 very specific. I kind of need to come up with a better behavior pattern for them. I think I do need to have it take place on like one graph that then runs subgraphs. I'm trying to avoid that though, so I'll probably just do a class that wraps around everything and controls the state that's passed to the behavior graphs, but then ultimately the behavior graphs handle complex chains. So like I would have the main orchestrator that's like, oh, are you patrolling the building? Are you looking for a body? Are you resting? Like, what are you doing? And then a subgraph that it will switch on that is supposed to do that, rather than orchestrating it through the behavior graph itself, which ends up being kind of weird for access to variables. So I am going to step away for just a second. I'm going to grab myself a tiny bit of coffee because I am out of caffeinated beverage and I still have a slight headache. So I'm going to grab a teeny tiny bit of coffee. I'll be right back. And then I will try and maybe I'm either going to reapproach the perception a little tiny bit or mess with the vision, or maybe I could just do something different. Maybe I can try and do decals. You know what? That probably would be a better use of time because that's something new and it won't be a rabbit hole. Or it will be a rabbit hole, but it'll at least be something new. So I'll come back and we'll mess around with decals a little bit. Alrighty, I've made it back. And I'm curious about something. I don't know if Utterly Ruined, if you're still out there lurking around, but the question or the note that you had made about like not having music as a part of the stream, it makes me wonder. It makes me wonder how many people would prefer that.
Seto's
Ultimately.
probably
Where
lost in his
Seto,
own
I'm
code
right
again.
here.
Okay,
I'm right
Doc.
here.
Meanwhile, I'm here holding down the fort. Try not to miss him too much.
And hello, okay, dog. I hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing at least okay. Let's see. I mean, it's useful to be forced to go through the code. I did use some Copilot agents. I see for some parts of the compiler, but oh my god, I have no fear. Have no fear ever again that AI is going to steal our jobs. Sure, they can do stuff, but you gotta review it. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It now works for out of ideas help, and then get past the small bump of I don't know what to do next. Yeah, that's legit. Doing above average. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Okay, dog.
An hour
Glad
in
to
and
hear
the NPCs still haven't figured out how to share knowledge. At this rate, they'll be more confused than your average player trying to read quest text. Maybe they need a coffee break or a firmware update.
Maybe they do, son. Okay, so let's pivot. Let's take a little bit of a look at decals. I'm curious about them. I've never used them in Unity, so I want to actually look at decals with the time we've got left here. Adaptive decals. Is there just like an actual decal, or what do they call it? Do they call it like a splat system or something? Let me look it up. Unity decals. Decals in URP. Decal renderer feature. Can I see the documentation for that? That's what I want. Yes, there we go. Sample scene without decals, and they add some decals to it. Vert decal samples and URP package samples. Okay. For examples of it. I'll have to take a peek at that. To add them, decal renderer feature to the URP renderer. Create a material and assign it shader graphs decal. Create a new decal projector game object. Wow, is it really? That's it? That's all I gotta do? Okay. So let's add the decal renderer feature. How do we do that, guy? Project window, select a renderer. I think it's going to be in settings. Yep, and then it would be the PC renderer. And then I'm guessing it's going to be in renderer features down here. Add renderer feature, decal. Yep. So we add decal. Does it have any recommendations? Select a render feature to the renderer. Okay, that's it. Okay, this should actually be super easy then. The other thing was not super easy, but this will be, haha. Probably. So the goal would be to just like put a crack in the ground or something like that if we're hitting the ground with a crowbar. So that might be a good starting point or something like that. Or just getting any decal at all. We could use my logo or something like that just to get started with it. So let's go to a test scene. And then we'll do that in here. So close, build failed with 5 errors. You're nearly there, Zemet. Freedom from that particular task is on the horizon. Okay, and then what we will do is create that, what was it called? So we'll need to create a material with the shader graph decal on it. So let's do that. Materials. Create. Material, where's material? There it is. It's up at the top, of course. Decal test. Set it to decal. Okay, and then let's go with, do I have my logo in this project? I guess we could go with any old thing. So let's just go with this. Let's go with the Steel Chat logo for now. And then I will add a cube. Add a couple of them. Just so we have kind of a complex enough space to cast it all against. Okay, and then it was a projector. Imagine that might be in rendering. Yeah, URP decal projector. And then we have our decal test. And then is that it? Does it just do decals now? Oh, it just does decals now. Okay. Oh wow. I had no idea they were that easy to get started with.
Okay, so real quick, fake italics here. I have important things to say. Once upon a time, this stream was barely even a blip on the radar. Now just look at us. We're popping off and taking names and being the biggest, bestest stream. No flaws, all perfect. Never a bug or a crash or an issue or a forgotten comment or a forgotten comment or an issue.
Not one. Not even one time has that happened. Okay, awesome. So I had no idea that this would be so easy to do. Okay, so then it'd be cool if we could add a couple. I wonder what the memory expense of these is. Ciao, fake Sahatolix. Welcome in, Irad. I hope you're doing great. Thank you for swinging by. Separated variable declaration statement to type variable declaration statement and untyped variable declaration statement. Oh my god. Now I have to actually separate the functionality. Time for break, I guess? Sounds like it. Sounds like it. Do you have these kinds of, I know I gotta do it, but I don't want to, but also I love doing this, but I hate it? Yeah. Most of the problems that I bounced off of today, I wouldn't have bounced off of if I wasn't streaming. And I would have just kept working on the same problem all day until I solved it. Because I both hate getting stuck on things and walking away from them, and love working on difficult problems. So it's a terrifying potential match there. Okay, so we just need to have a couple of tests. You get it? It's horrible. Blink, yeah, what's up, yo chick? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Let's see, what is the thing that I need? Affinity. Blink.
Just a reminder, drink water.
There it is. Yep, that's the one.
Good
yeah, I
job.
hope you're doing good, yo chick. Thanks for swinging by.
That water.
I will drink some water. Let me do that.
I don't believe you.
Looks like maybe my capturing for this isn't going to work either. We'll see. Okay. Water consumed. So not now. Does this want to capture? Does it want to capture? It does want to capture. Great. Excellent. Okay. So we'll just do like a 256. Just a 256 by 256. Something small. And I am not an artist as much as I would like to be. I am an artist, but not a digital artist. Wait, does it not show? You don't see. What? What? You can't see the contents of my canvas. Is that just because of the spout capture? No. You actually just can't see the contents of the canvas. Why is that? Why is that? What the hell, Affinity? Let me look at OBS. Let me take a look at OBS real quick over here. What the hell's going on? What is up with that? Sorry, let me keep up with y'all as well. I'm not a masochist or anything, but there has to be something weird in my psyche to enjoy the frustration of nothing ever working and detectivizing stuff bit by bit, figuring out unorthodox workarounds. I think it's just the problem solving process itself becomes a source of joy. So then you don't mind where the problems come from. And that's where it gets dangerous, because then you just go in a circle infinitely. Bit BLT. So what if I switch it to Windows 10? So if I switch it to Windows 10 capture, then you can see it. Okay. There we go. That's working. Cool. Wonderful. I basically just want to make like a punched in dent, like a bullet hole, essentially.
Ira Dev, that's a creative way to say hi and bye at once. I'm doing well, thanks for checking in. Hope you're not just here to confuse me.
He needs to be able to see the
What's on your mind today?
He needs to be able to see the emote. That would be cooler if he could. Now we see the canvas. Good, good, good. So I should be able to do something like this. Yeah, and then I'll just do that a few times. Is there an easier way to edit pointer size? I feel like I should know this. So I'm just going to do something really, really not great, but enough. And then can I blur you? In painting, which one is blur? Blur. Which one is the blur? Blood erase, filter, blur brush. It was in there. I saw it. There we go. And then can I just hit everything with a little bit of a blur? Like that. And then maybe if I add some like sharp lines that also get blurred or something. I don't know. I guess like for a bullet hole, this may like layer up well enough. Let's see. Copy it over. Maybe I'll just see what this looks like if I throw it in at an impact point. We'll see how it feels. So then it's all of these keys. Export over to Unity. Boom, boom, boom. Set that directory. And then we'll just call this like, I don't know, dent. And set it to be a sprite or whatever. Wait, no, I think it will be a sprite. I'm not sure. I think it has to be a sprite. And then back in the material, the decal test, we'll swap it over to that. So how do we scale you? Is it just this? Just 0.1 here? Yeah. So then we can put like little dents like this. Okay, so let's darken it. Let's see. Layer. Still got to learn how to use everything in this software. I think it's going to be pixel, right? Pixel filters or something like that. Adjustment layer. Levels. Can we just drop the gamma? No, it do nothing. Perfectionism and what it's done to me. I'm glad I learned to be okay with being not perfect and doing stuff half-assed. Still hard, but at least I'm aware to do stuff half-assed, that is. Resize to smaller size with nearest neighbor, then back. But will that's not going to make it darker. I'm just trying to make it darker. I think I can just do brightness. Where the hell it is. Exposure, levels, white balance, brightness, contrast. There it is. Didn't you want pixelated? I'm not sure. Why is it not previewing? Looks like it doesn't preview. Or we're not applying it to the right layer? Why is it not applying that? Why did it just alt-tab me back to Unity? There's a lot of questions. I should just draw more circles at a higher opacity at first. Too many questions. I think that program is affecting you and your computer. What program? This program right here is Affinity. Why are we not painting to the... Oh, right. I'm painting to the thing that I have hidden. I'm really good at using Photoshop style software. I'm extremely good at it.
Oh, 15 minutes in and still on the blood decal.
Yeah, don't
At
worry.
this rate, we might get a full crime scene by next week.
Don't worry, bro.
Maybe
It's gonna work.
Setolix is just making sure every pixel bleeds with perfection, or procrastinating artistically.
Well, it can't go out to the edges of the image, so why don't I just actually make a blood splatter? Let's just do that. Why am I trying to make a dent? Let's make a blood splatter. Because I don't know what blood splatters are going to look like, but I bet I've got a brush that maybe does something. Surely there's a brush setting somewhere we can use. Can we leverage anything like that? Does Affinity have any sort of brush settings? Looks like no. Brushes. There we go. Of course it does. It's got a few. Okay, maybe I can make something like that work. Yeah, it definitely does. And then can I erase using that same brush? I don't know what blood looks like. So I'm just going to kind of mix layers until it feels like something that might work. Because this needs to just be like an impact point on the character. Okay, sure, why not? We'll go with that. Thanks for streaming, man. Been fun lurking and hanging out. Well, thank you for doing so, Kilted. Please do take care of yourself. Have yourself a wonderful evening, and we will catch you in tomorrow or whenever next suits you. Let's see, images. And then I'm gonna call this one just blood splat, I guess. Take care, night night. Night night to you as well. We'll do blood splat. I'm just trying to get something started. It doesn't really even need to be good necessarily. Just needs something to get started with. It's just like you said, I gotta be satisfied with just getting something in, and it doesn't have to be perfect right away. Because yeah, even something like that is sufficient enough for what I'm trying to do. Because I just want to make a small blood spat on the character, like when you hit them with the crowbar. That's my philosophy, just get something in. Yeah, and at this stage especially, that's what I need to be focused on, is getting something in that is practical and evident, and then I can go and embellish it all afterwards. So we have our little decal projector. Let me set the scale a little bit smaller to like 0.02 0.25. Sometimes my perfectionism forgets. Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. 0.7, something like this, so that it's really pinpoint. We're not sampling a large space to see where we would draw this to. And then this is just what we want to put onto the NPC where we hit them specifically. So if anything, this can have a really small projection depth, and we can just make sure that we put it right on that point of them. So yeah, we'll just do 0.025 for all of them. And then the idea is going to be, we hit them with a crowbar, we paste this thing on there, and then that's like the start of doing something more with it. Okay, so then we need to make like a decal printer or something like that. So let's just go to core for now, and I'll just add a thing for decals. Does the projection depth affect performance? I do not know. I would assume it does. I would assume both the projection depth and just the number of decals and the resolution of the texture, probably all these things mixed together definitely affect it, but I can't say for certain. I would just wager it probably does, because it means it's probably sampling over a larger area of render space to see if it can find, but I guess it's probably in the shaders themselves, so it might still be minimal because it would be GPU processed. But I can't say. I don't know if there's any actual logic going on here. I would only assume so, since it's a component. Okay, so then let's go ahead and create a decal printer. And we'll just have public. I guess we'll just give the game object, right? That's all we need. We can just give the game object of decal prefab, and then we just want to be able to print to a location. We want to be able to print to a mesh along the normal of it, or at least to a collision along the normal. So we can just do public void print to point, and we'll give the vector3 point, and we'll give the vector3 up. And then we'll do instantiate, and we'll have to keep track of them all as well. The answer is always, it depends. Annoying. Yep. And I think I can use my object pool. I can't remember how I have it set up though, so this may be not worth doing right now. But I think this can be object poolable and stuff. So I'll just not worry about it. We'll get this working on an individual basis, and then we'll go from there. So print to point. So all we're gonna do is inst equals new, or instantiate decal prefab, and then we'll set the point. And we'll set the rotation to be inst transform rotation equals quaternion from, let's see, what is it? Rotation, what is it? Look rotation. Specified forward and upward directions. If I just want the up, I could just do for the up, it's just going to be, maybe I don't even need the up, and I just need to give the look direction as a part of it. We'll just give the rotation as a part of it. All this will do is print it to the location and not worry about anything else. Oh, I could have used this. Quaternion Euler, rotation, Euler. And then that'll allow it to be printed to a point. So then, let's say we do like a sample location, maybe? I'm trying to think, because I want it to be able to work in context outside of just when we swing the weapon and hit it. So we could do like void project from point. And then we can do vector3 point and vector3 forward, or direction, I guess. And then all we have to do is do a raycast. From point to direction for distance of however short. I think we would do the size of the decals depth that we're setting this to, which is a really small depth in this case. So I'll probably want to do something larger than this, because otherwise it'd be 0.025. So we'll just do like 0.5. We won't have it go very far, but 0.5f distance is, I think, fair. And then layer mask we'll do 0 to just do everything. And then if that fails, we return. So if it fails, we return out, and then otherwise we have a hit, which means we have a normal. And we should be able to create the object with the proper rotation. Then maybe, I'm not sure. Closer, build failed with 2 errors. Nice, you're nearly there. Instantiate. Oh, let's see, we wouldn't do that. We would do print to point. So then we can do print to point, hit point, and then the rotation. Like, I basically just want to take the normal and rotate it on its own x-axis by 90 degrees. That's ultimately what I want to do, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get away with that super cleanly. There's probably an easier way to calculate that. So that's all I need to figure out. So when we are... Can this be rotated any direction, or does it matter? Does it place it only according to the rotation? Yes, it does. So it's very important that we have it facing the correct direction towards the mesh. So we could do a look at. I think we could just do a look at, maybe, but if the point is exactly the same, it won't work. We have our direction. So we can just say print to point, hit point minus direction times 0.01f. Direction normalized. We just want to grab a really small amount of distance and move it back just a touch. And then it will be this point. So print point equals that. Look rotation equals and then it would be the rotation for forward being hit point minus direction. Oh wait, no, this is hit point minus direction normalized. We're moving back a teeny tiny bit from the hit point. And then we're doing from point to print point to get our look rotation. And this needs to be a quaternion, a rotation. And there we go. Okay, so then we have decal printer, so we'll make it a singleton mono behavior. Which is my own lazy way of declaring something having a static instance and all that stuff. So now we can just refer to this with a static instance and not sweat it too much. So then from the crowbar now, from the item, utility item selector. I think we refer to this in the behavior activator. That's it. Throw, swing, process, swing. Hit receiver, hit by. Direction 2. Hit particle, transform position, hit point. Okay, so this is where I would put it. So then we would do decal printer, but I also need to set it. I need to set the parent object as a part of this. So we need to add the hit transform for the parent. Someone's asked what I do for a living, and my answer was I look toward new error messages. That's not bad. That's not a bad way to make a living. Sorry, I kind of zoned in there, Cement. It's not a bad way to make a living right there. Transform parent, so then inst, and we set the parent right away. And then we set our transform position to be the point and rotation, and hope and pray that everything works. So then when we project from point, instance project from point, we're going to do look at raycast origin, project from point. You know what? Let's include the distance too. Let's include the distance as well. Project from point, so then it's going to be the raycast origin position, the direction, which is our ray, hit receiver, out hit receiver, process swing, raycast. What's the raycast origin transform forward? And then the distance is just going to be the same exact thing, the distance that we apply to our raycasts up here, swing range. So we can sample the point, hopefully. And we'll see if that works. So I just have to create a decal printer in the scene. And then I can give it a quick test. We can see if it works. Should extract state to core and use an inherited compiler state for compiler specificity. Oof. Yay, testing time. Well, I hope testing goes good. Unless you're talking about mine, in which case, yes, I definitely hope testing goes good. Chapters. Unit testing. Gotcha. Okay. I probably should have prefabbed that. Should have prefabbed the element there. Let me go and grab it again. Decal. Why do I keep trying to add an E to splat? I don't know why. Prefabs. Decals. Throw that in there. Okay, we've got it. And then we'll make sure the rotations and positions are all zeroed. Good. Okay, back to game scene. And then on our player, I don't remember where the item stuff is going to be. So I think it's going to be item behavior activator. Item behavior activator.
Drink water.
I will drink some water, actually. That is a great idea.
Bro, seriously, come on, drink water. Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
One thing about programming and streaming is that demo effect is on full throttle. When you get stuff working, it will work. Yeah, it's nice. How do you undrink? How do you undrink? And yeah, what's up, egg fried cheese? I hope you're well. It's not supposed to hurt. Nah, these windows are nothing. I can handle this easily. Easy. I can handle these windows in my sleep. Boom, easy. How do you undrink? I don't know. I don't know how one would undrink. I think it just kind of happens naturally.
Time for a posture change. Sit up and stretch. Ah,
Nice.
that was
Hell yeah.
odd. What happened? For a moment I felt free, and had like 3 people rooting for me.
You were
and
free
now
for a
I
moment
feel
in time.
Like I always do.
For a moment in time, you were totally
The
free.
raffle has begun with a starting pool of 175. Join if you like. Entries cost 17.50 iteration coins. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, so I think the item selector doesn't need anything, and all we have to do is add our new decal printer and give it our decal game object, our blood splat. Yo, I'm glad it works. Hell yeah. Congratulations, Cement. Good stuff. Okay, so I think it will show on everything if it does work. But that's fine. That's fine if it does. Oh, they are stratospheric. They're gone. I don't know why that happens. Whack. Okay, I don't see a decal. Do we get a decal when we hit the ground?
There is only 1 minute
Hey, there
until
is.
the
Okay.
raffle ends.
There is a
Current
decal. Looks like it's
iteration
facing the
points in
wrong
pool,
direction.
210.
Ooh, how inappropriate. How inappropriate. I don't know about that one, egg fried cheese. I don't know about that one. Is it hitting the hand? So we can place little marks. This is great. It does actually work at least, but it looks like the rotations are wrong. Let me look at these. I'm gonna have to set some sort of a limit and expiration time on these as well. Finally can get back to debugging why this doesn't work. I needed a debugging AST tree printer, which needed a full project refactor, which needed, oh my god, I thought it would be easier. Well, hey, you're on the other side of it now, so that's what matters.
Hey there, chat room. Hi, chat. It's me, Fake
Maybe I just want
Setatolix.
the
I'm the
opposite
cute
of the
guy.
normal.
Hi, chat. Real Setolix, if that is his real name, turned off the ads. So I just thought I'd say now's the best time to say, hey, Setolix,
Yeah.
please turn the ads back on. I miss them. They help me feel free and at peace or whatever. I'm going to turn off my ad blocker and refresh the stream real quick.
Chatter Egg Fried Cheese has won the raffle. Pulling in 210 iteration coins, there were 2 entrants, which resulted in a 50% chance to win.
Set the hit normal as the rotation. We'll do Quaternion Boiler. And yo, Egg Fried Cheese, thank you for the 10 bits. Thank you, thank you. Okay, then we won't be doing this one. Now let's give that a try. Boom. Almost worked. Yeah, it's almost working. We're almost there. Bum, bum, bum. So the only problem will be for putting markers on the NPCs is going to be a bit trickier. What was that? It's the sound from the cheer redeem. It makes gunshots happen sometimes. And thank you for the 40 bits, Egg Fried Cheese. Thank you, thank you. Let me pick this up, please. There we go. Oh, I think you dropped that. You dropped that bottle. Still not rotating the correct direction. No, you dropped that. I don't think you meant to hit me with it or anything. So I think that's... Okay, I'm starting to think you meant to do that. I think these need to be larger. That's one thing for sure. I think these need to be larger. Let's increase these to just point one or point. We'll do 0.1. We'll do that instead. And then it's ending up rotated to the side. I wonder if I need to do like a 90 degree because it says this is the 0. So let's do this. Let's create an empty. Let's move the decal projector down there. decal. Let's rotate this by 90 degrees. Oops. I undid it. As soon as I did it, I undid it. It's like I couldn't allow myself to make progress. Okay, now they should face the right direction, I think. And will not look at the correct camera. There we go. Steal the crowbar. Wait for them to go by. We can just hit the ground, I guess. There we go. That's working. The ground, it bleeds. Okay, so why doesn't it stick to them? Now that's the question for me here. Is the decal simply too close? It looks like we're not placing one. Ooh, it looks like we're not placing one. Hey, what's up, Kilo? Thanks for saying hey. So we're not placing decals on them. Wait, oh, we're placing them like... Did we place them up in the air? We did. They're all up in the air for some reason. Oh, is that because we hit nothing? No, because it's a child object of them still. But why are they up here? Are we hitting the wrong thing? Oh, let's see. This raycast query triggers needs to be false. Or ignore. We need to ignore triggers. That might have been why it was doing that. Okay, let me try again. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit tricky because I'm trying to avoid using mesh colliders, but maybe in the end I'll end up like subsectioning the body or something like that, doing something different. I really wonder how like super high fidelity games have accurate colliders, or if they even do, or if they're just making all sorts of clever little tricks to get things looking accurate. Here, well, hitting the ground works just fine. Whack. Hey, there we go. Now we're talking decals. How goes the struggle? Not bad, turning cog. I've actually got I've got decals working. I've never worked with decals before in Unity, but we can add decals. He was dead when I got here. He was. But I hope you're doing good. Okay, so I'll have to work on the distance of the decal a little bit. I think it's going to need a tiny bit more space. Snobby's dead already. I actually have that in the stop it. He's already dead. Because I had to make sure that it actually works. But hey, there we go. Okay, so that was cool. So we got killing into the games. Now you can actually kill. And now there's decals. I'm gonna have to come up with a I'll probably make it per hit receiver. Each hit receiver will have like a different maybe decal available to it, and then there will be a default for when we're hitting certain things. I might have to like sample the material of the object that we've struck too, because currently everything bleeds. And it looks like the rotation on that is not correct. So in some places it's not working. What rotation are we getting on this one too? Yeah, so it's still rotated 90 degrees. It should be like this and slightly up. Get rotated. Get rotated, idiot. Welcome in, Fanny Slam. I hope you're doing great. Hope life has been very, very kind to you. Let's see. Okay, cool. So we got decals. That's great. I'm still not 100% happy with the placement though, because we're hitting them in the head and it's still rotated at the wrong angle. So why is that? Oh, we're not. Oh no, we do set the parent. Okay. Why are you out here like Gordon Freeman? Because crowbars are fun. It's fun to hit things with crowbars. Look, I can show a mechanic. We can smash the window open and then we can jump through it. Or we can just throw the crowbar. Gordon couldn't throw the crowbar. He wasn't strong enough. He didn't have the ability. Oh, my vaulting's not working. Why is it not working? There we go. It's pretty tight. Thank you. I need to come up with actual destruction because these are just pre-sliced meshes. I would love to come up with like a basic destruction pattern. Actually break the windows open. I think that would be pretty cool. make other things destructible too, like maybe make it so you could smash a door open. But these are all pipe dreams. I don't need these things for the game to run and for it to be what I want it to be. Yeah, they just go to the guy. There we go. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm the winner. Wait, can we... Oh. I don't know what just happened to my camera there. I think these ones can't die right now, though. I need to wire them up with the same systems that this guy has. This guy, though. But yeah, I'm looking forward to letting people mess around with this. Next month is the plan. Middle end of next month, I'm gonna have like an actual demo level set up, so people should be able to mess around and have fun with it. But as for right now, I think this is probably a good pause point for me. I will definitely be getting back to this throughout the week. This week we'll be working on some vintage story modding tomorrow. So if you're interested in that, that's what I'll be up to the next couple of days. And otherwise, I will hopefully have updates and fixes for Locks and Larceny next week. So thank you all very, very much for hanging out. We'll start wrapping things up, and we'll see if I can find somebody to raid. Shouldn't be too tough. There's usually
Now
a streamer or two on Twitch, I think.
Everyone.
Usually one or two.
First and foremost, a special thank you to any lurkers
Honk.
who are
I
here
unfortunately
now,
don't
or who
have
passed
Honk.
through.
I should have
Did you know
that.
that the average lurker is 50% more aesthetically
something like
beautiful
that.
than the average Twitch user?
I just have chicken,
Well,
Fanny Slam.
I made that up.
I just have exclamation
But
point
I bet
chicken.
it's true. Some of January's Patron supporters are here on Twitch: Avadavi, Kilted Ninja, Thorulf, Mars06, Mraunper, Nordmang, TBD Gamer, Seubix, Jonathan Carrot, Maxis Field, George Smiley Face, MKJ,
Honk, honk.
Lonnie Dolph, Code Void, Aziga, and Arnie Hanshard. You all really are wonderful and kind.
Very much are.
A
Thank you so
special
much
thank you
for
to the lovely
deciding to
folks who
hang out
decided
here
to
and
raid
deciding
our
to
channel.
support my stream
Thank you,
outside
Fifth
of the
Function,
typical
for raiding with
Twitch
2 mysterious
ways.
people. Thank you, Manishigamidev, for raiding with 28 awesome people. And thank you, Just Govino,
And yeah,
for
thank
raiding
y'all
with
again for the
55
raids. My
mysterious
goodness.
people. We're grateful you for entrusted us with your communities today. Definitely gotta take a moment to thank our subscribers, Sabin with 16 months, and Frosty in Canada with 21 months. Thank you very much for choosing to support this stream with your subscriptions.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
The following people threw some shiny bits at Seto today. Ice Bear Bear tossed out 300 bits, RGB Productions Games tossed out 100 bits, and Egg Fry Cheese tossed out 50 bits. Every cheer helps this stream stay afloat, so thank you for keeping the ship from sinking.
It truly does.
Hopefully
Thank you so
all
much.
know how much we appreciate you.
Thank you for helping me do this in
Time
the
to
first
thank our
place.
lovely chatters: Itrisa, TypeScript Tea Time, Wardstone Studio, Avigrail, Hexigdev, Parpajo TSM, Master Chaos the Leg, Fluffy Panda 3210, Cataton Uffic, Ice Bear Bear, Fifth Function, Nexus Null Dev, Night Switch 230, RGB Productions Games, Mars06, David Lockerson, Otterly Ruined, Kilted Ninja, To Be Deleted, Vespin, Lewis Zeki, Zment, Maxis Field, Frosty in Canada, Manishigamidev, Seubix, Fighting Anelids, Nordmang, Just Govino, Tiger 3D, Simonzino,
That's a lot of
Samkins,
names, goddamn.
OK Dog, Iran,
Goddamn, that's a lot of
Dev,
people coming through.
Yoshika
Thank you,
Plays,
thank you.
Big Fry Cheese, Kilo 88, Turncock, and
Jeez.
Fanny Slam. Thank you so very much for chatting with us now, being kind, and for being you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
45 minutes on a blood decal.
No,
At
shut
this
up,
rate,
son.
The blood's gonna dry before he finishes.
No, we got
Either
it.
he's crafting
We got
Mona
the
Lisa
blood
of gore or
decals.
just
They
saving
work.
every pixel like
I
it's
did
fine
it.
wine.
No, I did it.
Keep
It
at
works.
Picasso.
I will
Alright,
keep it up.
Listen up, you
The best to
glorious
last.
collection of pixels and flesh. Thanks for tuning in and being part of this chaotic digital circus today. Whether you're here to watch Setolix wrestle with code or just to see me flex my cubic charm, I appreciate the company. Stick around, cause this ride's only getting weirder, and trust me, I'm the one driving.
He's not the one driving.
Finally,
I'm the one
to
driving.
inspire you all,
He doesn't
I
do
will recall
anything.
a quote pulled
He just
from the
stands
glorious
there. Look
wonderland
at him.
known as the
That's all he does.
Internet. Simplicity begins with a journey inward, uncovering what truly moves our hearts and sparks our joy. From there, it's about crafting a life that mirrors our authentic selves. In this harmony lies the true essence of simplicity, living fully, genuinely, and with purpose.
Hell yeah. I appreciate the wisdoms. Thank you. Thank you, random internet quote deciphered through an LLM. Thank you for the motivation. Thank you all for being here. Back from my lurk just in time. Yes, indeed, Vith Function. Thank you again for hanging out today and for the raid. And thank you all for being a part of this stream. Whether you're here for a second, a minute, an hour, the entire stream, out there somewhere, watching the VOD, or anywhere in between, thank you very much for pointing eyes and ears towards this cube right here. And I will be back in the morrow with some vintage story modding. We're going to continue working on the primitive map markers mod. So if you want to catch me, you can find the schedule right there. I can't believe it's already been a 5-hour stream. This day went by very, very quickly for me. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow with the vintage modding, and we'll see how it goes. Should be a blast. If you want to join in, feel free. And if you don't, thank you for hanging out here today. Thank you for giving me your time, especially those of you who came with raids. Thank you for sticking around and giving this stream a little bit of a chance. And I am now going to relay you onto yet another stream that I would say may be worth at least a minute or two. Who knows? Maybe you'll find that the game that is being worked on is worthy of observation. It's not for me to say, but we will go and say hi to Big Boy Games Official, because he has been working on a pretty cool like horror style like maze navigator with survival elements. It's interesting. I'm not quite sure how he describes the game, but we're gonna go and say hi. So if you would like to send a message in the raid, you're more than welcome. No pressure either way. Thank you for being here. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for lurking around. Thank you for supporting the stream in any capacity and every capacity. And I will catch you very, very soon. Just a brief interval of the sun reaching a different horizon line, and I'll be back. I'll be back before you know it. So take care of yourselves. Be safe. Be well. And we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Alrighty, that's a wrap. To those of you left, thanks for being here, and goodbye.